Hey, what's up, y'all? It's Hookah Anonymous, and you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. Coming from where I come from, they doubted me, but I came up. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world. I made it through the storm, trying to conquer the world.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.
Good morning, everybody. We are back at it again. Okay, back at it again. Good morning. I'll walk them down. Long time I ain't seen you in a minute. Okay, y'all know we are going on day 8 since Woody has taken the stand. But technically it will be like day 7 of testimony or something like that. But anyway, yeah, we are back at it again. Y'all know I got a lot of moving around to do today, so I went ahead and started the live early so that everything can be up and going. But before we get too far up in this thing, y'all already know we got to get the disclosures and disclaimers out the way. So with that being said, check it out. Y'all already know all information contained on this live is for entertainment, heavy on a mother effing entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used on this live is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you and your mama, not nobody on this channel, this panel, or in this chat. And another disclaimer for those who have not read the description to my channel, I am not a lawyer. Nothing I say should be used as legal advice because it's not legal advice, okay? If you do need legal advice, however, you can go talk to an actual licensed lawyer or attorney of your choosing, all right? And like the disclaimer says in the video, that you can actually see the consequences of anything that you try to run with from the channel is definitely on you, all right? So with that being said, hey, just sit back, enjoy my opinion based off my free thoughts of what I'm listening to, and y'all let me know what y'all think in the chat. Let's get started.
You can't handle the truth.
Boom, yeah. All right, so y'all, I hope y'all had a good Juneteenth. You know, shout out to everybody that pulled up on our Truth Team sit down last night. Shout out to everybody that is supporting the content. Okay, I see a lot of my older videos are being watched. I appreciate it. You know, shout out to everybody that's pulling up day in and day out. So we have been going strong for the past week or so with these YSL trial lives, 6 to 8 hours a day. It's been a minute. We haven't been putting in this type of time on a trial since the Melly trial, the first go around. Okay, now Woody, okay, has me going crazy on social media. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, what was it Tuesday? Tuesday, Woody took to his Instagram, posted his TikTok. Okay, I went over to TikTok. He had like 670 something followers. This morning, I think it was last night. It was last night. He had got up to like almost 200K followers. Okay, I ain't gonna lie, I'm over here like, God damn. Okay, I've been stuck at 4 something for 2 years on TikTok. But hey, he doing his big ones. I was in his comment section just checking the temperature, seeing what people are saying. And I'm gonna be honest, okay? Listen, the people is loving Woody, okay? Despite quote unquote the snitching shit, the people is loving him, okay? I think it's his personality on the stand, because it do be funny as shit. I'm not even gonna lie. I'll be looking forward to the shit he's gonna say, his reaction, his facial reaction. He's a meme at this point, and he's outside. I think that's the most thing for me that has stood out during this time, okay? Unlike so many other people that we know are known to be quote unquote a snitch or a witness in a trial, they don't be outside. They be on people's panels interviewing, on people's setups to interviews on podcasts and stuff. Woody is the first, now mind you, he haven't even did no interviews because he can't, because he's a sworn in witness, okay? So this is just him posting shit, okay? And he be dropping his low. Now, I don't think he should be dropping his low, but he be dropping his low, okay? And he be showing you, I'm in my own city living, all right? And another thing I want to say is, hey, he is using this momentum that he has to push, I guess, a bigger picture. Because if you go over to his story on Instagram, let me put it on the screen real quick. And like I said, yeah, I started a little early, so court isn't in session yet. But yeah, if you go to the store and he's like, yo, download this app to support my business, my family business. Okay. It's called Jayla's Couture. And hey, I'm all for it. Okay. So I'm gonna share it on my channel. Look, boom. He said download the app. I don't know. Maybe some clothes or something. I personally haven't clicked on it. I just saw it when I checked it. And next, if you look, he's out riding ATVs this morning. I wonder if that's his way to get to court. So, I mean, I don't know. But again, it's different seeing somebody that has this quote unquote jacket on them, really outside, for real, you know, because a lot of times when it comes to this internet shit, and just not even from just a standpoint of people that take stands, just period, people be yelling at the camera and saying all this, but don't nobody be outside, because you know your girl be outside, okay? And even when I be having to have a showdown with somebody, I be like, man, y'all don't even be outside for real, okay? So yeah, he be outside. All right. So with that being said, I wonder what's going to be happening in court today. All right. Now, something that I got from Bruce Rivers. So he dropped a video last night reacting to everything that's been going on in a Young Thug trial recently, right? One thing he said, okay, that I was like, oh, really? So I don't recall if I even said anything about it or not. Or if I did, I definitely didn't go into depth about it because, like I said, I just found this out last night. So when the judge denies these motions, right, during trial, and when they ask him to do the written letter, I'm not sure I can't remember what they call it, right? And he'll be like, no. So come to find out, for those who don't know, that means they cannot appeal his decision and the motion until after the trial. So his motion to recuse him, the motion for him to be recused, right, that he denied for Brian Steele and for Caleb Bumpus, guess what? They cannot even appeal the decision to after the trial is over because he would not give that written letter to them. So that blew my mind. So I'm like, yo, this here is a fucked up situation. And it had me to thinking, okay? I'm like, he got to be about to retire. And we talk about on the internet so much about ratings, right? You know, the biggest conversation recently was when O Block 6 got convicted. Everybody was like, yeah, you know, the feds have, you know, 96% conviction rate and all that. I'm over here thinking this judge got to be about to retire, and he wants this to go on his fucking history. Because I done told y'all, I don't know why y'all be believing me. They don't give a damn about what happened after the conviction, because the conviction is a conviction and it's gonna stay at their rating. If for some reason it get overturned, that's a different rating. They won't be caring about that shit. They be caring about just getting it done. All right. So my mind got thinking, and this is just my thoughts, my opinion on it. I feel like this must be this judge's last trial, and he wants it to be a slam dunk on his record before he walk out them doors. If he did sign that letter for them, they would have appealed it. The trial would have halted. Okay, he would have had a stain on his record, and guess what? Another judge probably definitely would have declared a mistrial. Okay, and that would have been bad for that being your last situation, your last case before you left out this damn door to be on your record. So I said it before, even before I knew the ins and outs of it, that it's definitely politics in this shit, and definitely that's what it seems like to be. So that's just my thought. Y'all let me know what y'all thinking about it. But I definitely feel that's what's going on. They know in appellate court this shit's gonna be overturned. Even if they find Thug guilty, it's gonna be overturned. When all these appeals, now mind you, every mistrial motion that they done filed throughout this case can be appealed. Everything, the recusals can be appealed. So if don't nothing else take place that drastically have somebody step in, meaning this trial is going to continue with the same judge, and when or if they are convicted, it's going to be overturned. Now, ain't that a shit show? And remember, I just told y'all the other day, I definitely feel like they're dragging this trial out to extend past the election for a reason. That's just my opinion. I feel like they're dragging it out on purpose to make sure it doesn't end until after the election. So that was interesting. Nevertheless, this is some deep shit. Fulton County has a whole circus show really going on down there, and it was crazy once I got to thinking about it. And again, shout out to Bruce Rivers. You know, he's a funny lawyer that breaks down different cases, and that's where I got my friend. Let me pull up his video real quick. His video is like 30 minutes. We're not about to look at the whole 30 minutes. I'm just gonna play the ending part that had me like, oh, really? Because you know, I like to give y'all time to get a perspective from an actual lawyer. So hold on. Let me find it. I just watched it last night. What is this one? All right. Do you love me? Oh. All right. It's at the end.
There's a lot here that the judge is doing that is mucking up this case. All he had to do was invite the defense in when they had this ex parte communication with the witness, who was sworn and already on the stand. But he didn't do that. And it's given the defense, and then he puts the judge or the lawyer in jail, or tries to put the lawyer in jail for not revealing who told him about this ex parte communication. So this, I mean, it's just a shit show. And the judge is not in control of this case at all. But there's a lot to unpack there. There's a lot there for an appellate court. But here's the thing. So you got multiple lawyers asking for mistrial. You got all kinds of allegations of recusal, of inappropriate, intimidating a witness. And he says, well, you can take it up with the Court of Appeals. But he won't give them a certificate to do it now because he doesn't want to stop the trial, because that will stop the trial for the short term. And so he won't allow them to appeal it. It's really just, you know, so what we have here is a situation where, you know, the judge is really acting out of character in cases that I've seen anyway. And there's a lot there for the defense to argue that he should get a new trial should Young Thug get convicted. So this is just our little reaction to Woody.
All right. So yeah. So there you have it. So that is crazy. Okay. That ultimately the judge is really pulling his power card right now. Because without them certificates, like Bruce Rivers said, nothing they can do right now but ride this shit the fuck out. Okay. And that's crazy as hell. I think the only thing at this point, some crazy shit has to happen during trial, like literally during trial, in front of the jury for this shit to really probably get a mistrial. Because as far as filing the motions and presenting it, the judge ain't going for that shit. So something drastic will have to take place in front of the jury in this trial for it to be a mistrial. or ultimately it's gonna be going for another year or so with the foolery. Because it was another clip that Bruce Willis, because y'all know I haven't been following watching court the whole time. It's another clip that he played that I was like, what the fuck? So I don't even know what came out with that. So I'm gonna run it back. Okay. I'm gonna play that one real quick. Maybe y'all have heard about this situation that transpired previously on this case.
2023. You know, this case has been going on for so long. Jury selection took forever in this case. This judge does not have a command of this trial at all.
Specifically is on the recording threatening KC that he will get, that she spoke with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and he is facing, if he does not cooperate against Mr. Williams, he is facing 25 years at a minimum on gun charges in federal court, and there's no parole. I do not have one document, not one note or memoranda provided in discovery concerning ATF agent Cunningham.
So that
wasn't the one I was talking about, but yeah, that's still something too. It's another one that had to do with Woody that caught me by surprise. Is it this part? Hold on.
Judge's denial of their motion.
No, that ain't it. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Cause it was a clip I had never seen. Okay, I know the clip. Miss Love has a blue skirt on. I thought it was towards the end. Damn it. Oh, here you go. Okay.
Well, he changed his mind on that a little bit because I think earlier on said he never made a commitment to give that over to the defense.
And for an assertion to be made that I or Mr. Copeland are somehow being influenced by somebody over here is absolutely ridiculous. I take great offense to it, and I can tell Ms. Love that I am going to the state bar to report her for contacting a witness that she knows to be represented by counsel. She and I have had conversations about Kenneth Copeland.
All right. That is interesting. So what he's saying there is, you know, if you have a witness that's represented, it's unethical for a lawyer to contact that witness.
So it's crazy that we are even here at this point. If all this type of shit has been going on, now I understand in totality why everybody, all lawyers, degular people, everybody's saying this is a freaking circus down there. Because what the fuck is happening? Like, what is they running?
My name is Alfonso, and I got both of those.
We must about to get some action, but that is crazy. So, yeah, this is the type of foolery, okay, that they have been doing down there for a while now. And I just find it interesting that this shit hasn't been thrown out or anybody stepped in. But now, like I said, getting that piece of information from Bruce Rivers, it makes sense. Because if the judge is not giving a certificate, they can't even go nowhere to do nothing. And I feel he only gave Brian Steele the certificate, or I believe Ashley Merchant is the one who actually asked for it. I think he only did that because his back was against the wall because he knew he was fouled. So interesting enough what comes with it. So now we're just waiting for court to start. You know, they don't never be on time. They don't shit at this point. I don't even think the judge give a fuck, because even Bruce Rivers pointed out all that chewing and shit he's doing in the court the other day. And I thought that was crazy as hell, to be doing all that smacking, like, you acting like it's a game out here. Like, although it's not your life, it's somebody's life, and to balance you up. That, like, come on, man. You supposed to be sitting high and at a higher standard. Now, mind you, and shout out to Seti Nash, because I actually had time last night and I watched his video. Let me pull it up, because he actually brought out some things that I hadn't forgot. It went viral when it happened, but I hadn't forgot about it. but I'm gonna let y'all hear it first and see if y'all remember when this took place. Good morning, Snow. So I'm gonna see if y'all remember. All right, let me play this part.
Who sat up there, screamed at people about eating gum, but then you was eating butterscotch or peppermint in your court.
Get rid of your gum. Remove yourself from my courtroom and get rid of your gum. In the earrings, you. Yes, you. Get rid of your gum. I apologize, Ms. Lowe.
Pressure, if any, the court put on him. And you're going to be the one instructing the jury. And I just can't imagine how that's fair to Mr. Williams. So I just ask you, I'm not abandoning anything in the joint affidavit from the Honorable Attorney Adams and myself, but if you would just look at just even paragraph 12, again, if you didn't consume it entirely, I don't believe that meets a legal conclusion or a bare assertion. I ask the court to recuse.
I've read your affidavit, Mr. Steele, and I've consumed everything on it, and that doesn't change my ruling at this point in time, respectfully.
I also, on the transcript, I'd like the recordings and the transcript, and I object to the court going through it and deleting, because to me, the way I understand it, there is zero privilege. So I don't understand
I'm not gonna, Mr. Steele, I can't argue with you about anything such as I've made my ruling, okay? If you have some other...
Yeah, dude either going through a medical crisis, a life crisis, some type of crisis, but that is crazy because I do recall when that went viral of him kicking somebody out for chewing gum or going off. Now, again, shout out to him for serving the country in the military, but that can't be the excuse. If you off your rocker, you need to get up off the bench. Okay, it's okay to retire. It's okay to say, you know what, it's been a good run. It's time to hang up the rope at this point. It's time to put down the gavel because this is a bunch of bullshit. Let's just be honest. This is a bunch of bullshit. Y'all make sure y'all check out Sadie Nash video. He pointed out a couple other things too that was interesting, including the fact that in the past, the judge, now for somebody like me who hasn't really been watching the trial like that, it didn't stand out to me, right? But in the past, it was clips of past witnesses where, again, hold on. Lamar, you is funny. Hello? Yeah, I'm on live. Thank you, Snow. Just all right, my bad. I had to take a call. Listen, he just be saying stuff for shop value 98% of the time. You know what? Okay, so what I was saying before I had to take the call, my bad, y'all. That the judge doesn't tell Woody that he can't talk to people, right? While he's on the stand. And I didn't even stand out to me that he didn't say. I thought I heard him say it one time, but I might be tripping. But nevertheless, I hope Woody knows that. Okay, like don't talk to nobody. Like don't do no interviews. Don't do none of that shit. Just wait. I think he understands that because when he went live the other day while we were watching trial, he wouldn't. He let the person come up and say stuff, but he ain't say nothing. He just really just like, I ain't saying nothing. You know what I'm saying? So I think he understands it. I think he's hey, like I said, let me check his TikTok. His TikTok is definitely going crazy. Okay. I really wasn't paying attention to what he got on Snapchat, but his TikTok definitely is going crazy. What's his TikTok? That shit that listen. Last night, like I told y'all, good morning, pretty according to Shonda. I like that name. Last night he was at 187,000. Okay. He is now at 214.2 thousand. Okay. With 1.2 million likes. And like I said, they loving him. Like for real. Like, let me see. Let me check some of these on comments. Okay. Not miss me with the BS is the first comment I see there. They said Woody don't sound special ed in the lyrics to me. Oh. A lot of people sending him encouraging words. Somebody said, Woody, stay off no people fan, please. Oh. Bro, confusing folks so bad they told him to get out. When Woody acted like he was about to faint, I was weak. I'm telling you, he's entertaining to watch. I told y'all I have witnessed at a trial before, heavy on entertainment, which is crazy. Okay, but this one is definitely better than the one I saw before. I'm just gonna say that. But anyway, I'm gonna wait until it starts, and then I gotta make some moves. But hold on, I'll be right back. I might say Snow. I don't see nothing on Cash App. Make sure you send it to the right Cash App because I tell you I got people making fake Cash Apps and shit. So yeah, I'm glad I said it. Let me put my link in because yeah, I said now people trying to take money in the name of Mickey True, making fake Cash Apps. But I'm gonna post my link at the top. You might need it. Make sure it's a link I'm about to post because you might have sent it to somebody else. Because they out here getting me, man. Like for my business, I don't even use Cash App no more. Because people creating fake shit. So that's my actual link. So see if that's the one you send it to, because I ain't getting it. I just want to got my other phone. I need to condense these phones because keeping up with all these damn phones. Damn, let me charge up my tablet. All right, hold on. I need to put my tablet. Oh, that hurts. I just knocked the shit out of my hand, yo. Yeah, I knew it. It's like they got they put a O instead of a 0. So that one say y'all gotta be careful when y'all look. And I think they got like my picture or something else. So yeah. Cash App is definitely like you got to use my link. So FYI, make sure if you are trying to send Mickey Truth for Cash App, and I'm at the point I would prefer y'all just do super chats and super stickers. I'd rather YouTube take their percent than somebody just taking. Yep. I think that got like if from the people that done hit me up and told me, I think you can dispute it. I'm not 100% sure, but a couple, and I didn't even know it. But some people hit me up and told me like, and something like they screenshots of sending stuff to this Cash App. Then they got about to stack off my ass. So yeah. So if you don't have my direct link to Cash App, I'm at the point just do super chats, super stickers. Because at this point, I take an L either way. I get nothing though with them Cash App, and they're not gonna send it back. So, because I actually had one of my supporters that booked a consultation lost $60, but I think they had to go through their bank to dispute it, if I'm not mistaken. And so yeah, I'm telling you, the scammers be crazy. Yeah, I think a lot of people have been, because listen, and I was telling y'all yesterday, I don't get Cash App. So that's why I'm like, they probably been getting Cash Apps for a minute from people thinking they're sending it to me. But yeah, I think when I look back, it was like March. Good morning, Arthur. The last time I actually got a Cash App, before Nietzsche sent it. And I think Nietzsche got last week too. She ended up sending it to somebody else with the other one. And there's nothing I can do to get the Cash App taken down. So yeah, y'all, just do super chats and super stickers. Unless like every live, I'm gonna try to pin my link though. Oh yeah, I definitely ain't got it. Cause like I said, the last time I had got a Cash App for donation before Nietzsche was back in March. So yeah, so that's how I be I be like, shit, I'll be getting donations over here. But yeah, so just for now, if y'all don't have my direct link to Cash App, just do super chats and super stickers. I'm good with it. Cause like I said, I take an L if it end up going to the wrong Cash App anyway. So yeah, definitely to pay some bills for somebody. I don't know who decided to do it, but they definitely got some of their bills paid off my ass. Okay. Oh, you sent him $212 so far? That's crazy. Oh, you said a Cash App? Well, for one, nothing. Listen, y'all know Mickey Truth is my actual, is a registered business, right? You would never see no name like Joe Smith or nothing. You would see, if it don't say Mickey Truth, you would see my actual name on there. So yeah, so anytime you see any name outside of Mickey Truth or Alita, it's not me anyway. Yeah, because like that's my registered business. Like I filed taxes on it. So yeah, it's fucked up. That's for sure. Damn. So if you was gonna spend $212, ain't no telling what the hell other people gonna spend. I'm telling you, they, and this is just from what amounts people have like let me know about. It done racked up to like 1,000. So imagine those who, because sometimes I get people that just in passing donate to the channel. And if y'all notice on my videos, I no longer say donation, like send donations to Cash App. I cut that part out for that reason, because basically I was freaking taking care of somebody else, because for some reason, I guess when it pop up, people just choose to hit the one with the picture, because my Cash App never had my picture. It always had my logo. Every time you go live, I spend $20 or so. It added to 212. And looking at it, it's your pic, but it says Joe Film. Yep, see? And see, my Cash App has never had my pic. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that Cash App literally has like a screenshot or something on my forehead while I was like actually live one day. The last time I checked, because I found one, it might be multiple more ones now. Let me see. Yep, that's the same one. Mm-hmm. And I think, and then whoever this person is, block me, because I can't even see the shit no more. But I saw it one time when it got brought to my attention. It's like a picture of my forehead from when I was live. But yeah, it would never have nobody. So I say this again. nothing associated with the true Mickey Truth brand will never have no name like Joe Smith or nothing like that. It would either have Mickey Truth or it would have my name. Okay? Like, because mine is an actual business. Yeah, you definitely been getting scammed for sure. So, yeah. I'm in the process, like I said, I was doing away with Cash App because of that reason. Because, like I said, not just my donations, but my actual back end business was taking a hit. And you know, as a business, all those unfortunate, if you pay for a consultation, I can't, because you sent it to the wrong Cash App, be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna do it for free. That, you know, it's still business. So in order to eliminate that, because I had a few people end up paying it to that fake Cash App, and then turn around still have to pay me, you know. And I try to be accommodating by like just giving them extra time to, but it's still, I'm taking the L. So yeah, so I'm probably about to just do away with Cash App for payment. So like I said, every live I'm gonna put my actual link at the top. Click that link if y'all do want to do Cash App. But outside of that, just do super chats and super stickers. Okay. Yeah, so that's crazy. But that just shows you the society we live in, man. It's a dog eat dog world out here. Okay. They find all types of ways to come up. And then what makes so bad, they it's gonna still happen. Like, it's still gonna happen. I'm gonna tell y'all this. I learned from Good Morning Trap Society. It's just, I'm like, at this point, I'm a public figure. Like, I can come up with a new Cash App and they'll still find a way to tweak it to work for them. So you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like I'm still like one of my rapper friends, they got about 10 Cash Apps. Okay, 10 Cash Apps with their name and their none of them are there. So they'll just find.
All right, we're back on the record of the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. All right, Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Botson, Mr. Sharp, good morning, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Manfock, good morning. All right, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. App, good morning. All right, Mr. Ewing, Mr. Matthews Sr., good morning. All right, Mr. Nichols and Mr. Garner, good morning. Oh, and good morning, Mr. Youssef. Mr. Ryan and Mr. Williams, good morning. All right, Mr. Smith, Mr. Uhowski, Mr. Brown, Miss Hilton, good morning. All right, good morning, Miss Knight. Okay. All right, so where we left off on Friday, were some discussions about areas from the January 28th, 2015 interview of Mr. Copeland that you all were looking at. So what updates do you have? Good morning, Mr. Atkins. Good morning, Ron. All right.
Good morning, Your Honor. As it relates to the January 28th interviews, I believe that we're in a position to discuss those portions that are in dispute. We believe that it should only be
Do you want to give it to me in the areas or that are in contention? Because I think that Mr. Sharp last week told me that of the 17 areas that you had 4, 9, 11, 14, 15, and 16 in some part.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's still, is that still the areas of contention?
4, 5.
I have 4 and 9. I don't think. I don't have 5 either. I've got 4 and 9, Ms. Hilton. 4, 5, 4, I'm sorry, 4, 9, 11, 14 in part, 15 and 16.
You're correct. I'm sorry. 4, 9. My numbers were off.
Is that correct, Mr. Sharp?
I don't have part of 15.
Oh, you're right. 15, I've got my, I've scratched it out. So 4, 9, 11, part of 14, and 16.
Yes, sir. That's what I have.
Okay.
Yes, 4, 9, 11, 14, and 16, and parts of 16. And then the defense had redactions as well that the state would need to address.
Okay.
So I can start with the state's version. I don't believe that the court has a copy of the redactions that the defendants had, and I don't know if they have in an electronic form or not.
All right, well, can we address, just taking by the numbers, and we'll take 4 first, and then I can, then the defendants can identify which parts they believe are in contention, and I just work it that way.
Yes, Your Honor. If you don't mind, I'm gonna sit in my seat because I'm gonna have to play portions of it.
Yes, ma'am. All right, let me see if I can.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Court indulgence for 1 moment.
For purposes of our discussion, what state's exhibit are you going to name, or have you already named, the January 28, 2015 interview?
This is gonna be 378 Yankee Bravo. 378 Yankee Bravo.
All right.
So, Your Honor, the portion that is in dispute is from 7/22/16 to 7/24/54.
Give it to me again, 7/22/16.
Yes,
To what time?
7/24/54.
All right.
The defense would like 7/22/40 through 7/24 played.
They like 7/22/40 to 7/22 what?
To 7/24 played.
Okay.
The state agrees with portions of that. We agree to play 7/22/40 through 7/23/33.
Okay.
The portion that's in contention is 723:33 through 724. And I'll play that portion.
I made a suggestion. We just play it's only 2.5 minutes long. We just play the whole thing so we get context and also my seconds are a little different than yours. So I just don't want us to get confused about exactly where we're starting and stopping. Maybe that would add some clarity.
So that was the state's intention to play the whole portion, but I wanted to give the court the areas that are at issue.
Let's just play the entirety from 722:16 to 724:54.
And we're going to start at just a little before 722:11.
Right. Like it was that deep to be trying to kill each other. Nah, I ain't feel like, why, you know what I'm saying? But like you said, the sister them told me like, yeah, he called him gay and he was talking bad about him to somebody else. Mm-hmm. So that's where it could have came from. But so he ain't fucking with him at all. Like he went, like he been stopped, but I ain't know, you know. So if you was Janet, who you think killed him? You prime suspect, but move yourself out the equation. Who you think did? I'm just saying, like, word on the street is, you've been tried, convicted within the street. Now they said, two of my other partners was locked up for it, but who? They my head and dog. But they ain't have anything to do. Who was that? I locked up. Who was that? First. I think that's your name. Cause I didn't like Mexican. Yeah. So they saying they did. Out though, man. Yeah, head out. Yeah, head out. They saying they did. You know what I'm saying? They trying to make it like. What do you think? Like, I'm not. What do you think? What do you think happened? Like real shit. I think it got something to do with them. I think they did something. They got another beef somewhere else. Cause I been hearing stories like Nut's supposed to ran off on somebody with some. You know what I'm saying? But it's just undercover. Right. I'm just on him because I'm with Doug and Birdman, right. And they come back to them. Right. So Nut's supposed to ran off on somebody with some, and security. I don't know if they didn't say what it was. It's like he's supposed to ran off on them with something, and Rich Homie Corn supposed to give him $50,000 to meet a new plug. Like Rich Homie Corn told him this out of his mouth. Yeah. Then Rich Homie Corn like he got $25,000 to have take killed. It's like.
And we're going to pause at 724. Oh, excuse me. Let me continue to 724:54, which is the entire section.
Nah, tell you who just got shot the other night. Oh, in the car over there. Okay. He got $25,000 have take killed. Who did it? Just Rich Homie Corn shit. Cause he was telling me. So I'm telling Rich Homie Corn like, but you got these niggas in your house. You saying niggas shooting up my house, bro. Right. Rich Homie Corn like, he like, bro, they just look like that, bro. Like, we the same shit. Like, but still, bro, you right there helping these niggas this and that. So Rich Homie Corn like, bro, it ain't dead. We the same shit. I just can't turn my back on. Like, it ain't dead, bro. You support these niggas, bro. So the more you support them, the more they gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone, then everything gonna go away. Yep. And you're like, just protect me, bro. We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. How the hell we gonna protect you? You and these niggas out here doing it. And you're like.
So that's the conclusion of the entirety of the section, Your Honor. The section that the state does not believe needs to be played is 723:33 through 724. And that's the period, Your Honor, in which Mr. Copeland says he heard that Nuts. He's hearing stories like Nuts supposed to ran off with somebody, you know what I'm saying? And he goes in and says he heard that Nut was supposed to run off with some jewelry. And Your Honor, we believe that particular portion should not be played I'm giving it as bad character evidence of the victim. That's a specific act of conduct of the victim, and that is improper under 24-4-405. And it's based in and it's improper character evidence, Your Honor.
Can you,
Play that portion.
I want it before you posture again, Mr. Sharp, let me hear it one more time.
Okay.
If you wouldn't mind.
The whole section or just that particular
Just
portion?
that section. Just let me hear that section, please.
It starts again. I'm going to start at 7:23:30, but it starts at around 7:23:33.
Well,
You all hold on.
I didn't hear stories like.
Chris, are you having issues with your internet? I can't get any of mine.
Good morning, Haitian. Good morning, Blue. Who else came in? Good morning, everybody watching from the bushes. So far, he hasn't done any foolery. He's listening to parts of the interview that they want out. Right now, what's up in the air is when Woody says like he heard that nut ran off on the plug or something like along that line, not verbatim, something like that. And the state wants that out because there's bad character reference of the victim. So that's what they're debating right now. But so far, he hasn't done anything. He hasn't ruled on anything yet. Good morning, Neach. How about Tony Snow got scammed this morning on that Cash App? So I done had to create me a whole new Cash App. So make sure you delete the other one. I'm not using the other one anymore. Just gonna use my Mickey Truth one.
Okay, man, I was having some connectivity issues. So let me let's try one more time.
Okay.
Why don't you let's play the entirety of it again.
The entirety.
Okay.
Well, that's what they say, more.
I'm gonna start just a little before at 7:22:14.
Well, I ain't feel like, why, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, the associate them told me like, yeah, he called him gay and he called bad about him to somebody else. So that's where it could have came from. But
so he ain't fucking with him at all.
Like he went, like he been stopped, but I ain't know, you know. So
if you was Janet, who you think killed him now? You prime suspect, but move yourself out the equation. Who you think did?
I'm just saying,
like, Word on the street is you've been tried, convicted within the street.
Now they said two of my other partners was locked up for it, but
Who?
they my head and doc. But they ain't have anything to do.
Who was that?
Doc locked up.
Who was that? Clarence.
I think it's his name. Cause I just look like a mix. Yeah. Cause they saying they did. Out though, man. Yeah, head out. Yeah, head out. They saying they did. You know what I'm saying? They trying to make it
What
like.
do you think? Like, I'm not. What do you think? What do you think happened? Like, real shit.
I think it got something to do with them. I think they did something. They got another piece somewhere else. Cause I been hearing stories like Nuts supposed to ran off on somebody with some. You know what I'm saying? But it's just undercover. All these on him because I'm with Doug and Birdman, and they come back to them. Right. So Nuts supposed to ran off on somebody with some, and some jury. I don't know if they didn't say what it was. It's like he supposed to ran off on them with something, and Rich Homie Corn supposed to give him $50,000 to meet a new plug. Like Rich Homie Corn told him this out his mouth. Yeah. Then Rich Homie Corn like he got $25,000 to have Tate killed. It's like from the picture you just showed me. Nah, Tate who just got shot the other night. Oh, in the car over there. Okay. He got $25,000 to have Tate killed.
Who did it?
This Rich Homie Corn shit. Cause he be telling me. So I'm telling Rich Homie Corn like, but you got these niggas in your house. These same niggas shooting up my house, bro. Right. Rich Homie Corn like, he like, bro, they just look like that, bro. Like we the same shit. Like, but still, bro, you out here helping these niggas this and that. So Rich Homie Corn like, bro, it ain't dead. We the same shit. I just can't turn my back on it. Like it ain't dead, bro. You support these niggas, bro. So the more you support them, the more they gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone, then everything gonna go away. Yep. Then you're like, just protect me, bro. We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. How the hell we gonna protect you? You and these niggas out here doing it. Then you're like, so you shot my truck, bro. Oh, that shot the truck. Man, you been, you know what I mean? You been around. Like, nah, I'll just ask you in there like that.
And that's the entirety of the section, Your Honor.
All right.
But again, the portion that the state has concerns with is from 723:33 to 724, in which Mr. Copeland says he's hearing stories like Nuts supposed to run off with something, you know what I'm saying? And it goes on to say, yeah, Nuts supposed to ran off on somebody with some jewelry. And that's the entire section.
They still allow that in. But
Outside
they
of what
ask
we
him
agreed
who
to.
he believe did it.
Okay.
They need to keep that in.
I think it is on.
It's on.
Green light's on.
All right, sir.
So, Judge, appreciate the opportunity to respond. In this section, there's essentially three different portions as far as I can see. The first portion talks about Kenneth Copeland talks about Thug's sister saying that Bloody J said that Thug is gay. Speaking for myself, and I believe I'm speaking for everyone else, but if I'm not, please speak up. I don't think that we have a problem with redacting that. That would be hearsay. From 722, about 33 or 35 maybe, to 724. That is a section that talks about what do you think happened? Or if you were to guess, what would you say happened? And Mr. Copeland gives various theories, head and doc, and then talks about a theory of that he heard from other people. I concede that he heard it from other people, that Nut ran off with, it sounds like he's talking about drugs, ran off on someone and got himself in trouble. The reason that this is important, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, as hearsay would be. It's important because the state's theory in this case is that on January 10th, 2015, late at night, Kenneth Copeland went and picked up Demekion Garlington at the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue. And Demekion Garlington told Kenneth Copeland that it was Shannon Stillwell and Diamante Kendrick and Justin Cobb and Demise McMullen in this car that did the shooting. So according to the state's theory, on January 10th, 2015, Mr. Copeland has that knowledge on that date. This interview is 18 days later. Presumably, if that were true, that Kenneth Copeland was given that information on January 10th, when investigator Dennis says, Mr. Copeland, what do you think happened? Presumably, if he was given that information on January 10th, that is when he would say, this is what I think happened. I think Shannon Stillwell and Diamante Kendrick and Justin Cobb and Demise McMullen were in a car and they shot Donovan Thomas, if the state's theory is correct. But Kenneth Copeland did not answer it that way. Instead, he said, well, Doc and Head, they may have done it, but I really don't think they did it. And I think it had something to do with Donovan Thomas running off with some money on, a bad drug deal. And that's what I've been hearing. So it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. It's impeachment of Kenneth Copeland to show that his story that he was told on January 10th is not accurate.
Mr. Copeland's version he gave on January 10th.
Well, he didn't give it on January 10th. He gave, so let me rephrase. Mr. Copeland on June 10th, 2015, after this interview, later says, Demekion Garlington told me this on January 10th. So on June 10th, he says, I was given this information on January 10th. But on January 18th, when he's asked about it, he doesn't say it.
Okay, I see. That's interesting.
So that's the purpose of it. It's just like any other impeachment. You had an opportunity to say something and you didn't say it, and now you're saying it on a later date. And now the difference between January 28th and June 10th is on June 10th, all of a sudden, Kenneth Copeland is facing 5 or so felony charges and federal charges. And then all of a sudden he has this information. But on January 28th, when he wasn't facing those charges, he didn't give that information. He said, Doc and Head, and I don't know if they did it. And then I think it had something to do with Donovan Thomas running off on a drug deal. So that's why it's important. It's impeachment evidence.
Okay.
And the fact that he did not say it at that time is important, and we need to get out what he said to show that he was responsive and not saying our clients.
All right.
And just to from 7:24, approximately 7 minutes and 24 seconds. The third part of that.
You said 7:24 to what, sir?
To the end, 7:24:00 to 7:24:54.
Yes, sir.
He's talking about an unrelated thing about Rich Homie Quan supposedly putting $25,000 on the head of a gentleman named Tay. We agree that that's unrelated, and that I don't know if that's hearsay or not. It's a little unclear, but it's unrelated. So we don't have a problem with 7:24:00 to 7:24:54 coming out.
All right. So do you have any further issue? Do you agree with Mr. Shard about that period? I'm just trying to.
Are we talking about the last portion?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. From
Okay, so you all are in
7:24.
agreement with that? The court's
Yes.
in agreement with that as well.
Yes.
What about the statement they also, Mr. Shard agrees with, or says that about Thug's sister said that Blade J said Thug was gay?
Yeah, we agree with that portion as well. It's a very limited portion.
We'll take that out as well by agreement. So let's hear argument on Mr. Shard's issue of whether or not it's impeachment, just straight out impeachment.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that would be 7:22:33:35 to 7:24.
Yes, Your Honor. So the state has no issue with the portion up until he talks about Doc being arrested for it. So that portion in which Mr. Copeland says, I heard that Doc and Head were arrested, we don't have an issue with that. The portion that we have an issue with, Your Honor, that we believe should not be played is the portion where specifically he's talking about Nut running off with some jewelry or some drugs. First of all, Copeland never says anything about drugs. We don't even know what this supposed rumor is, right? And so the state's contention is Mr. Copeland says, I heard it was about some jewelry or some drugs. He doesn't even know. And that is bad character evidence as to the victim. So the state's concern with that portion is that it's bad character evidence that's trying to come in using purported specific acts of conduct, which is improper. The only way that character evidence will come in is by reputation or opinion.
Or specific acts.
No, it can't come in through specific acts, and I actually have a case to cite that.
But that's if I only consider it as character. I mean, so the defense is saying that it's impeachment. It could be used for impeachment of Mr. Copeland.
But impeachment is, he did not say in this interview that it was Shannon, Demekian, etc. That portion would be relevant for what happens above, where he says it was Doc and Head. But here he's saying there's a rumor out there that some other people may have done it, but we heard that Nut may have stole some jewelry. That's not specifically talking about any specific person. That's him giving a theory based on a rumor that he heard. So that's why we don't have an issue of the Doc and Head portion coming in, because that could be considered impeachment given what he says later on. We are solely concerned about the portion in which he says, I'm hearing stories like Nut supposed to have ran off with something. He's not talking about anyone specific. He's talking about these rumors. And again, that is bad character evidence.
If the defense on cross-examination lays the foundation for, as Mr. Sharp said, he has knowledge that Mr. Copeland knew of this earlier. And then on the interview in question, he's saying something that would be different. So if he had knowledge of it and he gave it, that would be impeachment.
If he had knowledge of what?
If he had knowledge beforehand, what they're doing is, I just, from the court's recollection of or this assessment of this, they're working kind of backwards. They know what he said later about what he knew earlier. So that's where the impeachment's coming in. They have a good faith basis to ask him about that. Mr. Sharp, I'm sorry to interrupt you and Mr. Steele, but is that kind of what you're trying to get at?
Absolutely.
All right.
If he had knowledge of it on January 10th, that was his time to say it. He didn't say it, so that suggests to us that he's making it up on June 10th.
But what is the it? Because the fact of
he's making up what exactly is he making up that's relative to this particular section?
He's making up
this particular section of 732-33 to 724.
On June 10th, he is asserting that he has knowledge of this, and he's had knowledge since January 10th. And he's asserting that his knowledge is that the four gentlemen in the car, who the four gentlemen in the car was. And if he had knowledge on January 10th,
why didn't he say it on the 18th?
Why didn't he say it on the 18th?
Okay.
But Sharon, I think, let me be clear.
The 28th, I should say.
And let me be clear, the section that we're talking about, the conversation about Doc and Head is in this same section. So in the same section between 723-33 and 724, he talks about Doc and Head, which we agree should come in. In that same section, he also now talks about this rumor of Donovan Thomas stealing some items. That does not directly talk about who killed him. So the Doc and Head part, we agree with. That's a part of this 723-33 to 724 section. So we agree up until, from 722-40 to 723-33 is where he talks about Doc and Head. We agree, that can come in.
All right.
That shows right there, he says Doc and Head on January 28th. Later on in June, he said Shannon, Demekian, and these other individuals. We are specifically talking about a 7-second area between 7:23:33 and 7:24 where he's solely talking about hearing rumors that Nutt supposedly ran off with jewelry. That does not directly talk about who killed him. That is him speculating about what theories could have came in as to why he was killed, but it does not directly talk about who killed him. So we think the portion before Doc and Head, fair game. We are only talking about where he's speculating as to whether or not.
But here's the thing, if he had knowledge of that, or what truly happened, and he's just given another version, I heard that Sutton says did this during this period of time, that would be impeachment.
But he doesn't even know what happened.
But it says, but it's another version he's told that the jury can decide whether or not he's telling the truth about. Yeah, ordinarily, Ms. Hilton, it would not be admissible. But given what's been proffered so far, I'm going to probably allow it. So
well, one thing I agree with the man about
to that, but what I've heard so far would indicate that yes, it's another version of what Mr. Copeland may or may not have said. So I'll allow it over your objection. So can we get rid of? We're going to get rid of the things the sister said about Blade J. We're also going to get rid of the 72400 to 72454. The unrelated 25,000. Yes. Okay. All right. Was that it, Mr. Sharp?
For that one.
For that one.
Yes. I have a disagreement.
Okay, Mr. Steele. What section are you want to invite my attention to?
And if we could have, because we weren't provided this previously, so that we can be prepared for whatever. So if you could just tell us what the section is.
I think he's going to do that right now. Okay.
So I don't agree that these statements get played at all again. So I know what you're doing is over objection because I don't believe it's a prior and consistent statement.
Okay, so you're disagreeing with Mr. Shard about that. You're saying you don't want them played at all.
Right.
Okay, all right. Because all right, just so I'm clear about that. Okay.
And I've raised this before because the testimony was I probably did. Most of the testimony is I don't remember, but I probably did say that because I was lying to the police. So this is not a prior inconsistent statement. He's saying I probably did say this. So I don't think any of this exercise is appropriate. You've ruled that portions may come in and that's what we're doing. So without waiving anything.
Okay, sir.
Your Honor, and just for the record, because this is just bringing up, I just want to be clear that that's my stance as well about just playing these videos. But
okay.
When I'm discussing redactions, I'm going on the assumption that you are overruling my objection.
So generally you object on the basis of it's not impeachment. But since I'm going to rule that it may be impeachment, you'd like these sections played.
Played or not.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So the other factors I want the court to consider is over objection. You have permitted constantly the state to ask Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, and if I'm leaving anyone out, I'm not trying to. So anybody on law enforcement, I think maybe Detective Racy as well, based upon, don't tell me what was said, but based upon your investigation, what did you learn? What did you do from what you learned? And did you corroborate that? And I don't know, I have no idea where this information came from. And I've asked the court and I said, it's a confrontation clause issue. You've denied it. I have no reports on who they spoke to gather the information that they are now putting to the jury that YSL is a criminal street gang. With Detective Gaither over objection, YSL and the people here are all involved in a criminal street gang, which is the ultimate issue. With that being said, this is a good example of how, and I want to play it for the jury, of how law enforcement gets their information. I want the jurors to be able to see that it's Detective, in this case, Gaither and Detective Dennis. It's the 28th day of January 2015. And they ask, what did you think? Who did you think killed Nutt? And then all this conversation flows from that question that the state is trying to keep out, including that Mr. Thomas stole from someone else. And I'm not using it for bad character. Mr. Thomas's bad character is already in evidence. The state brought up that he is the head of a criminal or leader of a criminal street gang. So under 403, which is 24-4-403, it's really specious to say, oh, well, he stole from someone, so that's his character. In addition to that, I disagree respectfully with Mr. Sharp. And I want the false allegation that was made that Rich Homie Kwan put a contract to kill someone for $25,000 up front and then $50,000 thereafter, because it shows another person falsely accused by Mr. Copeland. And if you listen to the whole thing, I think it was cut off. Mr. Copeland says that he actually spoke with Rich Homie Kwan to kind of be the intermediary and to diffuse that situation. So it was redacted by agreement by Mr. Sharp.
And that's our wrong
This
lawyer
court
still.
accepted that, and I am objecting to it because I intend to cross-examine this witness, and if he doesn't remember, I'm going to play that portion. And because I'm not saying, and I'll make it clear to Mr. Copeland, I disagree that Rich Homie Kwan, he's a gentleman. I disagree that he committed any type of offense, but this is the exact statement that Mr. Copeland levels against Mr. Williams, that Mr. Williams put a contract out on Mr. Copeland's life, which is untrue as well. So
Okay.
I'm disagreeing. And those times, if you need them, that you already removed them.
I think it's it's subject to further arguments since you made your issue. So I'm gonna hear them. I'll hear it again and I'll make a decision on it.
But those are my, so
okay.
I'm not trying to use it for character. I'm not using it for of the alleged victim. I'm not using it for of the victim, the deceased. I'm not using it for any type of I didn't know and it's totally speculative. I'm saying that's how the police did their investigation, that the court through the prosecution has already poisoned the jury with this, word on the street. We did this, we corroborate. Here's how we do it. The person self-admits or we get information, we corroborate. I think that all should never have come into evidence. And this is a perfect example to show how baseless the prosecution cases against Mr. Williams and the other, and how the detectives have not done a proper investigation. So that's why I wanted it. What do you think happened? Here it is. And I want the whole flow. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so let me see if I can
still
get the sum and substance of your argument. Are you saying that particular section of 724.00 to 724.54 that shows another version of the story that Mr. Copeland may have advanced?
And that this is how law enforcement gets their information. This happens to be recorded, but they are out there saying, and I don't know who they spoke with to say, and you let it in over objection. We did investigation. Then don't tell me what the investigation was. The prosecution will come back with, just tell me based upon your investigation under CIAK versus state you relied on, and one other case that I can't remember right now. But you relied on two cases, and I disagreed with the analysis, but that's the rule of your court. So we went forward, but I want to show the jurors now how the police did this investigation, and it's preposterous because all this is a lie. Everything Mr. Copeland said is a lie, yet they're using him as a primary witness against Mr. Williams and others.
Okay. I mean, I understand what you're saying. I believe that case does indicate that depending upon, since the investigation is an issue that, so I'll hear it again. Okay. All right. Can I hear 724.00 to 724.54, please?
You got $25,000 have Tate killed. It's like from the picture you just showed me. Nah, Tate who just got shot the other night. Oh, in the car over there. Okay. He had 25,000 have Tate killed.
Who did?
Just reach on the corner shit. Cause he was telling me. So I'm telling Rich on the corner like, but you got these niggas in your house. These same niggas that shut up my house, bro. Right. Rich on the corner like, he like, bro, they just look like that, bro. He like, we the same shit. I'm like, but still, bro, you out here hating these niggas this and that. So Rich on the corner like, bro, it ain't dead. We the same shit. I just can't turn my back on it. Like, it ain't dead, bro. You support these niggas, bro. So the more you support them, the more they gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone, then everything gonna go away. Yep. Then you're like, just protect me, bro. We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. How the hell we gonna protect you? You and these niggas out here doing it. Then you're like, so you shot my truck, bro? Oh, that shot your truck. Man, you been, you know what I'm saying? Man, you been around. Like, nah, I'll just ask. You went there like that.
What did he have the 25 to do with Tay here, bro?
Say, Tay daddy got shot. Hey, so it's on the one day. It's barbershop. Just like how they say my name, on Bankhead they say Tay name. They saying Tay did. I know Tay ain't do it. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm lying to saying Tay said like his mom. I know Tay ain't do it. Right. You know what I'm saying? The night before we just at the party. Yeah, who did it? Somebody else did some.
Spit it out.
You know what I'm saying? But it's supposed to be some nigga that had money over there. You know what I'm saying? Over there got money. No, I'm talking Bankhead. A lot of niggas on Bankhead got money. That's why when I started thinking, I couldn't think of the name, but this nigga supposed to have paid somebody on Johnson Road, one of them streets over there to do it. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? To kill him and retaliate, to get that Quan? Right. Or to target his daddy. Like the same day, we like, I was in the street, I seen Quan crying. I'm like, well, bro. He need to try to kill my dad. You know what I'm saying? But him and Tate didn't have a problem. Right. So that's why he think it's Tate. Right. Him going through it, him and Tate murder each other. But he don't even know they Tate. Right. How y'all have a problem? But Tate is a school boy. Mm-hmm. And they feel like they retaliation. Man, it ain't. But like, I couldn't say him because I'm trying to speak up for Tate. He always had in his head. Tate did. Right. So like, man, y'all tripping, man.
So that's what that was about the other day.
I called Tate, I was gonna hesitate, but I had Tate put up on me like probably like Friday or Thursday or Friday. Tate pulled out like, hey bro, bitch on the corner, that's 25,000 on your head.
Why so much?
He's scared of Tate. Yeah. He real scared, he's scared of Tate. So I said Tate, I'm like, bro, he trying to face my damn Rich on the corner supposed to go and kill her. You know what I'm saying? So I'm feeling like that's what he did because the whole time he didn't have the money on your head. And he ain't do it, so when you go and demand out, that's what happened. That's on him, you feel what I'm saying? But I ain't talked to Tate. I don't know how it happened, I don't know what happened. But I know Tate won't mess with nobody. Tate started doing whatever he was doing, he just ran around and he trying to be a rap. Right. So I what did he drive? Huh? What did he drive? A gold charge.
So Kelly knocked him off? Tell me word. That's basically the word.
Like they saying it's $75,000 heat I don't kill here.
From who?
I mean Pink City, Fort Worth.
What's the one?
And somebody was
You can tell when Woody ass be lying or making up shit.
Mr. Steele is referencing, Your Honor, as you see, there's nothing in this section that has to do with the murder of Donovan Thomas at all. He's talking about a conversation that he had with Rich Homie Quan about this $25,000, which has nothing to do with the issue at hand in this case, which is who killed Donovan Thomas.
No, not necessarily. If he's got another version of who may have done what, that's impeachment by contradiction or just straight out impeachment.
But this isn't a version of who killed Donovan Thomas. What they're talking about is who killed.
It doesn't make a difference if he's telling materially different versions of what happened. That potentially is he can be impeached on that.
When you say what happened, what
happened, or how he came to find this information. I mean, if he's given the police different versions of what may have happened.
When you say what may have happened, because what he's
what
talking
may have
about,
happened, what he told them.
But when you say what may have happened, Your Honor, in this portion, he is not talking about the murder of Donovan Thomas. He is talking about Rich Homie Quan's father was shot at in September of 2014. In this particular portion, he is only talking about the fact that Rich Homie Quan thought that an individual named Tay shot Rich Homie Quan's father. This has nothing to do with
Nah,
the
y'all
murder of
wanted this
Donovan
shit in.
Thomas.
Let it in.
So this isn't him giving a version of facts as to the murder of Donovan Thomas. This portion has nothing to do with the crime of who killed Donovan Thomas on January 10th. What he is talking about is only to Corey Lamar, which is Rich Homie Quan's father. So that this would not be relevant to the issue at hand, which is who killed Donovan Thomas.
Okay, let me also kind of just ask you to just address this as well. Mr. Steele, you have made this an issue of investigation. I mean, even though it of how the police got there, Mr. Steele wants to challenge that particular issue of the investigation, which arguably he's entitled to do that.
Right. So the information that they got regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas is fair game, but they're not right now. They're getting information about what could potentially be a separate crime, which is not the investigation of Corey Lamar. That's what they're talking about in this section. Now, if he wants to talk about what Kenneth Copeland told them about the murder of Donovan Thomas and their investigation as related to the murder of Donovan Thomas, then he could talk about whatever they did in these interviews regarding whether or not they followed up, whether or not they got the information, they did nothing with it. But as it relates to this portion where he is talking about Rich Homie Quan, Corey Lamar, that has nothing to do with the death of Donovan Thomas. If there's anything else in this video where they're talking about what happened before with Donovan Thomas, then that's fair game, but not this portion right here.
All right.
And we don't know if this $25,000 is true or false. We don't know. So we don't know if it's impeachment because Rich Homie Quan has not testified in this case. So we don't know if this is true or false or not, or if it's impeachment at all. And if Mr. Steele on cross-examination goes into a line of questioning, that's something he may decide to do. But here, as the state's case, we're not going to inject any error in this case by playing a non-relevant portion regarding the death of Donovan Thomas, because this does not have anything to do with the death of Donovan Thomas. This section right here. Now, there's another section that he wants to talk about, but this section from 724:54 to where I stopped at 727:51 has nothing to do with Donovan Thomas's murder.
All right, madam, I'm gonna let Mr. Steele respond. Sir?
Y'all open that door, madam. Let that shit in. Close that back door.
This is Mr. Copeland, who is a huge witness, as the court knows, in this case. And he is lying, my word, to law enforcement about Rich Homie Quan conducting a murder for hire. The state wants to say, well, that's irrelevant because it's a murder for hire of a different person, Tay, T-A-Y. My point is, that is the witness. It is a false allegation against another human being to do a murder for hire. The state doesn't get to limit the cross-examination to what they want it to be. And it goes to the investigation of Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, who the court has both found over objection to be experts. And they both talked about their investigation. And they both talked about how they went about their investigation without giving specifics of who they spoke with. I have no idea when they say, based upon our investigation, we learned the following. We learned this. I still rely on my constitutional right to have that information, but I don't have it. And this is a prime example that they get garbage. That's my position. Mr. Copeland may say it's absolutely true. The state was going to call Rich Homie Quan. His name's Mr. Lamar, L-A-M-A-R. I guess now they're not. I may call Mr. Rishomi Kwan after it comes out that if I need to, that he put a killing on someone else. Mr. Copeland may say, yeah, I was lying to the police, which I have a good faith belief that he was lying to the police. So I need to show the jurors, and the jurors need to see, to collectively understand how the police are going about this investigation and who they're dealing with and who the witnesses are that are giving sworn testimony before the court. So I believe it all comes in.
Okay.
And Your Honor, Mr. Steele would be assuming facts, not in evidence. We don't know because there's no evidence before this jury because it's not relevant for this issue, whether or not Rich Homie Kwan did or did not do the $25,000 for hire. That there's no evidence before this court, before this jury to impeach as to that issue.
But I think they have a good faith base to ask it.
But they don't,
It would be one thing if they don't know that, but they do. They have a good faith basis to ask it. He's on cross-examination.
But he's not on cross. He's on direct examination right now.
But they're going to get him on cross.
If they get him on cross and they played at that portion, then that's something different. But right now, for the state to play this portion, it is improper because we have not discussed at all anything dealing with Mr. DeQuantis Lamar hiring anyone, because that is not relevant to the issue at hand, which is, did YSL kill Donovan Thomas? That is the issue at hand. What happened with Corey Lamar and DeQuantis Lamar is not before this jury. So therefore, at this juncture on direct examination, there's no evidence one way or the other regarding Corey Lamar because it's not relevant. If they ask him questions on direct and over our objection, the court lets it in, then that's a different conversation on cross-examination. But right now, there's no relevant evidence regarding what happened between DeQuantis Lamar, an individual named Tay, and Corey Lamar. It would be improper because there's no evidence before this jury regarding those three individuals and any type of murder for hire.
I got you. Okay.
The whole case improper, ma'am or madam. Like,
give me a minute. I'm going to think about it. Okay. Does anybody else have any other objection about this? About this particular segment, which is segment 4, that hasn't been heard as of yet? Mr. Apt?
Just the Harvey rule and joining Mr. Steele and Mr. Shart's objections.
Mr. Matthews? Mr. Garner? Misty Williams? Okay, all right. Okay, I missed anybody? Okay, all right. Give me 5 minutes, and then we'll take a comfort break, and I'll come back and let you know, okay?
You're right, just very quickly, the state does not intend to play them. Now, they choose to on cross, but these are our redactions that we have propounded. This should not come in, and so
girl, give it up.
I mean,
we probably won't rule in your favor.
If they choose to, we would object at that particular portion.
Okay. All right. I understand. Okay, we'll be in recess.
I don't know. He on the road, but he probably gonna rule in their favor. But I say let the whole shit in, because at the end of the day, they open this damn floodgate. Wouldn't have told that lady. She told him. He just be saying shit. And see, they went in and listen. And I said this on that live the other day. The state, it went over their head when Woody did the thing with the court reporter. He guessed that her shoes was white. It just came out that her shoes was white. Hilton was like, oh, so you're telling the truth. And he said it depends. She ain't saw that. He guessed that the shoes was fucking right, and it was just right. So you open Pandora's box because you thought, oh, see, he tells the truth. He tells the truth. And now look at your ass caught between a rock and a hard place. I feel like they should let it in, because at the end of the day, you can't narrow the scope of inconsistent statements when you're trying to impeach a witness. You're using this recording. Now, it's one thing if what was said, okay, was in a whole different interview. This is the same interview that despite the defense saying they didn't want in, the judge allowed in on your behalf. Okay. So, hey, play that shit. Hey, run the whole fucking shit. And I had told y'all, and remember I said it the other day. I said at this point, play the whole damn interview. Because you never know. When you play bits and pieces, you don't know what was said before that piece. You don't know what was said after the piece. Play the whole damn thing. Now, because and again, and in my opinion, you definitely know at this point, I think I have a good idea when Woody is just not like just talking, running on, like just going with the flow. His demeanor totally changed. And I said it last week when we watched the interview with his baby mama. I feel like that's the most truthful interview he probably done did so far that we done seen. Is the one with his baby mama. His whole demeanor was different compared to the first one, compared to this one. He is feeding off the damn police. The police giving a little bit. He taking that little bit like, yeah, oh yeah, do with all the money over there in Bankhead. Well, a lot of people got money over there in Bankhead. Well, I don't know, I don't know the name. Like the man playing with these people, okay? Plus, he all over the place. He don't tell one story. He tells a lot of stuff. Right. He's trying to see what's going to stick. Okay? What's going to stick? Hold on, I got your phone. Hello? What's up? You doing the yard today or tomorrow? All right. All right, bro. All right. Shout out to my yard man, which is my uncle, okay? He be like clockwork coming to do my grass because I think he killed a snake out there, and boy, I said, hell no, I don't want no tall grass, little sign. But okay. In the hours of his interview, he might be under the influence when he speaks to them. Man, I don't know. I ain't gonna say in my opinion, it don't seem like he be like high, nothing like that. I wouldn't say that. I think his adrenaline be pumping and he don't be wanting to go to fucking jail, like for real. How is it already a break? Hasn't even been out. Well, now this particular comfort break I think is needed because he's weighing some options to either allow the interview about the Rich Homie Quan portion. So I think this was needed because he got to kind of weigh his options. I'd rather him take this break and then make his decision because off the top of my mind, I'm like, he about to go with the prosecution, even though I don't think he should, because at the end of the day, they opened the floodgates for this. Well, we have confirmed that the state will no longer call Rich Homie Quan. I told y'all my opinion was that it was going to be some reason why he ultimately was not going to have to take the stand. What's crazy though is that Rich Homie Quan and his father, Corey Lamar, were subpoenaed to be witnesses in this case, right? And if you recall in the over X on this case, they bring up the fact of the barbershop shooting. So that's why I was like kind of confused when the state was just like, oh, it's not relevant to the murder of Nut. A lot of this shit ain't relevant to the murder of Nut. And here we are. Like, again, this is ultimately a RICO, and this is just to show y'all. If that wasn't clear that they tie in murders to RICO cases for this reason, that should have been clear. Because, again, this case is not about the murder of Nut. This case has a lot of different attributes. The murder of Nut is the center point because it's a cold case, and they want to close it. They have confirmed that 2 other people were charged at one point for this murder. Okay, those 2 people, for whatever reason, have been cleared, and now here we are with YSL on trial for it. Now, and another thing, when they said, what did they say? Damn it, what was the part? Oh, the characteristic. I agree with Steele. You done already painted the victim to be the leader of a gang. Hell, running off with some jewelry, some drugs, or whatever is not gonna paint him no worse, okay? Than being a leader of a gang, okay? And I also feel like it would, to me, if I was part of the legal team, I would want that part, and also about Rich Homie Quan, because again, Rich Homie Quan was tied to Nut, okay, was part of their crew, quote unquote. This goes to show that they had problems with other people outside of YSL. So as a defense team, I would want that in too. I feel like the state doesn't want that in because it does leave the jury mind to wonder. Okay, now you done told us this guy is the leader of this gang, right? You done told us this. However, your emphasis has been saying YSL is deadly, YSL this. But now we're hearing that somebody that's supposed to be part of this gang of this victim is putting hits on niggas, you know what I'm saying? Is you know what I'm saying, trying to recruit other people to protect them, all types of stuff. So I think it just paints too much of a widespread thought process for the jury. Because the jury may be sympathetic because the victim was gunned down, right? And they haven't really went into too much about the victim. Because so far, you know, even Woody said, I ain't had no issue with nothing. You know, my issue was with his brother. So, like, so far, they kind of kept the heat off of the victim per se. But when you start adding shit like the Rich Homie Quan part, now people may be looking at it like, damn, the victim was on bullshit too. Like, you know, and unfortunately, some people just feel like the bad should take out the bad type shit. And you can lose sympathy with the jury on that. So I can understand why the state wouldn't want that per se to be left out in the open. But what have Hilton said herself multiple times last week? Leave it for the jury to dissect. Okay, leave it for the jury to pick what version they want to go with. So they open the floodgates for it. I feel like her whole argument today, though, about it being improper is because they know that's going to be an L for the prosecution. So why the hell would I want to bring in some evidence that I know for sure is an L for us? That's why she's saying it's improper. Now, I do agree with that. However, still has a great argument. Hell, we ain't want the tapes in at all. Y'all wanted them in. The court ruled in y'all favor. So now you cannot dictate what parts don't go with your theory and what parts don't, because it's the same recording. It's the same interview. And I think that is going to be the downfall for the state in this particular argument. They introduced this interview. Y'all wanted it to be played. Y'all already got 2 played in its entirety. Okay? Love still passing sticky notes. She knew it too. For sure. Love can't help her out of this. Damn, Hilton got the stuttering and shit. Like, the judges, listen. Hey, the judge said, man, I done fucked up enough for y'all. I got to play fair. Okay? I ain't got time. But we'll see. We have heard the judge last week be in favor of the right decision and turn around and do something different. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if he come back and not allow it in. I feel like he should allow it in because, hell, you don't allow the rest of it in. Hey, ain't no need to back out now. Like, that's one thing. Once you open that door, hey, it's there. So, let me see. I think we're just gonna ride this out because I feel like it's been just pretty much point blank today. Now to this morning so far is what I love about watching criminal cases. Like today has been a good show of litigation, back and forth, stuff like that. So yes, so far so good. It's been a battle. All right. A little side note, I did have to, for those who wasn't here at the beginning of the live, I had to change my Cash App because someone made a fake Cash App and has been banking off of y'all donations. Again, the link to my actual Cash App is at the top of my comment section. If you would not want to do it that way, I definitely have no issue with receiving super checks and super stickers. Okay, so yes, but my old Cash App, please no longer use it. Don't use nothing that looks similar to that one. Okay, so my new Cash App is just my name, Mickey Truth. Okay, so yeah, that's it's crazy out here. Let's just say that. But back to the case. It's getting good. Let me check on Instagram. I told y'all earlier Woody was on a 4-wheeler. Okay. He said, who ain't outside? All right, he ain't posting nothing else. So hopefully his ass on the way to court. Unless he off for today. But I would doubt they will be going back and forth about this all day. I would hope they're not arguing about this all day. Tomorrow it is no court. It's an administrative day. So we will be back at it on Monday. Okay. So just FYI, no court tomorrow. We're back at it on Monday. I personally believe we probably will spend all next week, if not most of next week, still with the state on Woody. Because so far he hasn't testified in like 2-3 days. Because the last time he was on the stand, we listened to videos. He's gonna come back on the stand. We're gonna listen to some more videos. And now, mind y'all, we haven't even got to the phone calls. Okay, it's still 2 hours worth of jail calls. So he's definitely gonna be on the stand with the state a while longer. And when he gets with the defense, it's what 6-7 defendants. So that's 6-7 attorneys that got to question them. I don't believe every attorney is going to probably question them, because in actuality, the only people at hand that probably will question him will be Shannon Stillwell's lawyer, Young Thug's lawyer, maybe Yak Gotti's lawyer, and Demekion Garlington, if he's, I don't even know if he's one of the ones in there. So probably like 4 of the lawyers, if I can guess. A couple of the other ones, I don't see them questioning him because they don't even come up. This, like, Woody is in there solely for the murder of Nuts. I think only those associated with that are going to really question him. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe like one of them, or maybe 2, that was charged with it ain't even on the trial. So Woody gonna have to do this again when it's time for them to come up. So yeah, I see why he said, fuck that shit, I ain't about to send in jail all that time, because he gonna have to do this again, because I don't believe all of them, now I could be wrong, but to my recollection, I don't believe all of them are on trial right now. So yeah. All right, y'all. So while we're waiting, let's check in with the lead attorney. Let's see what they got going on over there this morning. Because obviously they're gonna be a minute. They're not gonna come back on time. Oh, are they not on? What? Oh, he's not even online. I would have thought he would have been online this morning. Okay. Well, with that, we here now. We just wait for that to come back around. He ain't online. Ain't that something? I wonder why. He probably got over it. Like, I'm over it now. All right. So with that being said, he ain't online. So we just chilling. So we'll wait for them to come back. I haven't even left the house yet. I was supposed to be leaving like an hour ago. I'm gonna leave in a minute. Probably got caught up in Woody comment section. Okay, listen, y'all better leave Woody alone. Just view from the outside, okay? Listen, I done went down that rabbit hole before, but I didn't even contact a witness, okay? It was a lie put on me that I contact a witness, and they tried to lock my ass up, okay? So one thing about it, y'all ain't got to worry about me the truth and no comment section with Woody, okay? None of that. I ain't fucking around with that shit. I'm not joking on that shit, because I done been there. I done had the fucking feds come at me talking about damn witness is crazy, okay? So yeah, and listen, this judge in this case be with that bullshit. Y'all better leave Woody alone till he get off that stand, okay? And I'm pretty sure he gonna go on a media tour. Woo. First time yarning this morning. I was doing pretty good, but yeah, so yeah. Mickey don't want no smoke with that shit, okay? No smoke with that shit. Yeah. Hell, when he get off the stand, I'm just gonna wait for him to do a interview with somebody else, and I'll just react to it. Like, I ain't fucking around with no witnesses no more, man. or nothing, even allude to it. Cause hell nah, the last one tried to get me locked up, and I ain't even tried to talk to him. So no. Been there, done that. Don't want that shit. I was just telling Lamar I don't want no smoke with that shit. I was telling Sco, I said, your ass better leave Woody alone. You and him gonna be in the same fucking 8x10. Fucking around with that damn Fulton County down there. But he is growing real fast. Okay, his TikTok, like I said, his TikTok done quadrupled. Shit, more than quadrupled. Probably went up about 10 times because he only had like 6 something, like less than 48 hours ago. And he done got up to like 200K or something like that. So yeah, matter of fact, let me see, because that shit growing like the fuck. Hell, just from this morning, I checked, it was 214,000. Now it's at 217,000. So, you know. Mickey, you doing any interviews coming up? I've really been doing podcasts. None of the podcasts has aired yet. Y'all know if you don't know, majority of the time you record the interviews, podcast or whatever, but they don't air right then and there. So I normally just wait until they're about to air and then I'll let y'all know about it. So I have done some podcasts. When they air, I'll let y'all know. I haven't done any quote unquote interviews. I had a couple lined up that I had to reschedule. I actually had a couple in Texas. I just couldn't go to Texas at the time. I had something else come up. So those are going to be coming. So I got some rescheduled interviews I got to do, but no, not right now. But I do have podcast episodes that should be dropping soon. As far as me doing interviews, I do have some lined up. But I have to wait till some of these cases close out. So like I have some interviews that will drop, but it won't be right now until the cases that they're in regards to are over. Because I'm an advocate for saying y'all stop talking about open cases, and I think it would be premature for me to drop an interview on an open case when I'll be telling you stop talking about open cases. So when the case is resolved, I'll be dropping those interviews. I wish they would have brought up all of them on the stand. Wayne, Bourbon, Rich Homie, all of them. That would have been crazy. Yeah, I knew for shit show Bourbon ain't getting on no stand. Lil Wayne ain't getting on no stand. And I had a feeling that Rich Homie was gonna end up getting out of it too. Because again, they're not criminally per se involved in nothing. They just want to know what they know about the situation. So I had a feeling they was gonna get out of that shit for shit show. They were like, hell no, you ain't about to have me part of the circus. And Rich Homie Quan haven't even said he wasn't gonna be a witness. He been on a press tour himself. And I said, now that's how you run it up. Like, yeah, y'all think y'all watching me? Because even I was watching his ass to see if he was gonna really go. But I had a feeling he was gonna get out of it. But he been dropping podcast interviews and stuff like that too. So he been on his come up off of this. And at this point, hell, he better all of them, even Woody. You better use that to come up. If you ain't learned shit else from nothing else from the Chicago sector, you better watch how they run that shit up. They run that shit up so much till they run out. Okay, so Woody would definitely fit the criteria to be like that and surpass it because it's a mainstream case. So yeah, they definitely doing it up. Well, yeah, I knew Birdman ass wasn't about to get up on no damn stand. Hell, if Birdman would have got on the stand and you got somebody like academics that fought tooth and nails to make sure he wasn't getting on no stand in the excess Tashion case, that would have been crazy. And shit, let's not forget in the excess Tashion case, they tried to get Drake to come and how Drake fought it. So yeah, that would have looked crazy as hell for real. Speaking of crazy as hell, y'all already know it is tea time Thursday tonight. Make sure you pull up 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, okay? For myself, Kimbella Roxy, miss me with that BS. We are talking the tea, okay? And there's a lot of TTing around here. So, you know, this is, especially for myself, this is the one day of the week that I'm able to talk about other things outside of court cases, okay? Outside of snitching, outside of things like that. So, yeah, y'all make sure y'all pull up tonight. Y'all know we normally say 8:30-ish, okay? Because it might be about 9. But nevertheless, y'all make sure y'all pull up and chop it up with us, okay? Because ladies be taking over Thursday nights. All right, y'all. Obviously, this 5 minutes is being extended. I got to find me something to wear. Okay. Look, Woody done shared NBA YoungBoy quote. Hold on, let me play it real quick. NBA YoungBoy. Hold on, pause it.
I'm stressing over here, bitch. Say, I ain't worried about nothing, man. I got a bitch that's quick to tell me, man, fuck them people. Say, I'm so motivated. Ain't no losing over here, man. What the fuck is you talking about, man? Let top, bro.
Hey, y'all heard that man said? That man said, fuck them people over there. He ain't worrying about nothing. Ain't worrying about nothing. Ain't worrying about nothing. So, hey, if you needed some motivation for today, there you have it. Okay, straight from Woody himself. Yeah, I was on live yesterday, side note, on Instagram, and somebody like broke down how to say Woody name. And I said, man, I'm gonna say it how I want to. It's been so long because y'all know on YouTube, I'll tell y'all real quick, I don't give a damn. I'm gonna say how I want to. But like they broke it down into syllables. I said that man's name is Woody, and that's what I said, okay? And then I actually was watching a clip and he said his name is Woody. Not Woody or nothing like that. He said Woody. Trying to correct me. Even if he didn't say it, I still was gonna say it my way. But yeah, I said people need to stop. All right, y'all. Hey, we just here. I'm just randomly talking about shit until they come back. I'm actually about to get ready to get dressed so I can get outside for a minute. Hopefully I'll be done outside by the time lunch is in session. If not, then y'all know, unfortunately, we'll be on silent mode for a minute. But we'll be back at it when court start back up. Oh, they don't be gone too damn long though. But sheesh. All right, let me see. Oh, for those who was on the live last night too, I'm still working to get the details about the situation with Fendi Boy. I have confirmed that he is in jail. Why he is in jail, I don't know. That's the part I'm waiting to confirm. So and then what's so crazy, it'd be like certain people, because I tell y'all, if y'all was on the live, y'all just seen somebody came through my Facebook stream and was like, hey, we need an update on that. I'm like, a lot of people don't really ask for his updates. But since I was asked about it, I can confirm he is in jail or was in jail last night. I don't know if he's in jail now. Why he's in there, I don't know. I'm working on it. I'll give y'all an update as soon as I find out what's going on with that. Hell, his ass probably, and this is just me talking, I don't know. His ass probably tried to run out because he was supposed to sign that plea deal Tuesday. Yeah, his ass probably ain't showed up to court. I don't know. I'm guessing. Maybe he got a contempt court, not contempt. Is that whatever considered contempt? Or whatever. For missing his court date. But I'll let y'all know. Because I don't want nobody to run off with it. And that was just my thought. Because I see the case is still open. Boy try to run off on the people. Possibly, allegedly, maybe. All right, we here. Y'all make sure y'all like, comment, share, and subscribe. And thank y'all for pulling up. We here. Let me check the weather because it looks hot as hell outside. If you are in the South, I know y'all hating it. Because our weather here in South Carolina is bipolar is shit, okay? And it seems like every year it get hotter and hotter. Like you're melting down this mug. So we are now in our prime for the summer. So it is extremely hot down here. Now I will say it ain't as bad as over there like in Arizona and shit. It's a different type of hot. It's like this shit is like humid hot. Okay. So I'm dreading even having to go out the door. I normally don't move around until in the evening, but unfortunately I have to go outside today during the day. Or I try to move around in the morning. So sucks to me. And I technically could have been out the door this morning. I got on here and got to run my damn mouth. So all right. Oh shit. All right, we just about to be here, y'all. I'm about to get dressed for the day. I don't want to switch the screen to something to play and then court start and I'm not by my computer to switch the tab. So hey, we just here. I'll just talk to y'all as I get myself together. Got to check this temperature. Oh, I should just go to the door. Oh shit, he done got out. Oh, shit. It's the first of the month. Ain't that some time? How long he been? It been like 10 years. Damn. That's what's up. So like some years ago, right? Years ago, this little side note while we just waiting. Years ago, it was a big. Was it a RICO case? I think it was. But anyway, it was a big indictment. Gang indictment that hit down here in Columbia. And a lot of motherfuckers got picked up on that shit. A lot of people. But one of the dudes that got picked up on it just posted that he out. And I think that nigga did like 10 or so years, 12 years, something. It was a long time ago. So welcome home to him, because damn, I hadn't forgotten that nigga was in jail still. But yeah, they got a lot on that now. They sweep that shit now. And that was I guess that's why people don't be willing to talk like they on the internet. I think that was a lesson, because I think I talked about it before in a past, like early on in the live, like previous live. But anyway, Gangland did an episode on it, and the same gang said that they did the episode on, ended up catching that fucking case. So yeah. Since then, they like, fuck that, we ain't doing no more. Oh, speaking of which, do y'all be watching the Vice channel? So last night I was watching the Vice channel because I be liking to watch stuff like that. They got this show called United Gangs of America, right? Now the other week they had an episode about KTS Dre and KTS Vaughn from Chicago, right? So last night the episode was about ladies and gangs, and they talked about different ladies all over the place, right? So ultimately I hear this voice, okay, that I have, unfortunately, I know the voice, right? And it made me cringe. And I said, I know the fuck, I do not hear who the hell I think I hear on the TV. I roll over because it was my background noise, okay? So I was trying to go sleep. I rolled over, looked at the TV, and it was the dude that I don't name anymore on the TV. They was talking about KI. I wanted to throw my remote at the TV. Okay. So it's a new episode, and they basically talk about KI, and what's so crazy, right, about it. It's kind of like the stuff they've been saying, like she was this big time, assassin and all that. So Truth Teller is on there too. Shout out to Truth Teller. He's on there too and all that. But the thing that stuck out to me is when old boy, the boy I don't name no more, said, oh, well, the police said Vaughn did it. Oh, I was like, bruh, that's when I wanted to throw the remote at the TV. Like, bruh, you said Vaughn did it. God damn it. Okay. And then he was like, the police said that she did the OD period. No, bruh, you said that she did the OD period murder. So, yeah. But anyway, new episode came out last night. They talk about all types of stuff, but so far this is the second episode that has some Chicago-based material in it. But they talk about the Mexican cartel and all that, and it's called United Gangs of America. So if you like the gangland, and that's what made me think of it. If you like the gangland and stuff like that, you'll probably like this. Check it out. I don't know what channel it will be for y'all, but it's on the Vice Network, which is here in Columbia or here in South Carolina. I guess would be channel 133, but I don't know, on Spectrum. But anyway, yeah, good episodes. Even it was still a good episode. It's just when I heard that voice, it's just like, ugh. Yeah. Anyway, just a little something for y'all to look at. All right, let me see. Let me see what we got going on now. How long has it been? All right, so yeah, we about to rock out until they come back. Yeah, that's what we gonna do. I really got to find me something to put on. So I will be here. I'm gonna step away. So let me write this. We on a. What do he be calling it? What kind of break he be calling this thing? Comfort break. All right. If some of y'all walk away, I understand, but we're going to have to go into silence for a second because I do need to get dressed. And at this point, I don't really know what to talk about. So we're in an extended comfort break. It was supposed to be 5 minutes. However, it has been about 15 minutes. Just a quick recap. This break is just not the regular comfort break, but the judge is deciding whether or not pieces of Lil Woody, see, I'm talking about Woody again. Woody's interview when he talks about Rich Homie Quan putting a bag on somebody named Tay Head and all that should be allowed to enter or not, because the state feels like that's irrelevant to what they got going on, because again, they're referring to only Donovan Thomas, aka Nut murder. Okay. Yes, definitely turn into 45 minutes. That's why I was over here because y'all know I hate to leave y'all in silence because I know a lot of y'all be at work listening. But at this point, I gotta get dressed. And I'm in my office today, set up to my monitor. So yeah, I can't just move around with the thing. So I got to go in the other part of the house. Okay. So I'll see y'all in a few minutes, but we're on a comfort break. And yeah, I'll be right back.
Deputy Ham? Okay. All right. Okay, the court's had an opportunity to ponder on this particular issue raised by Mr. Steele. I am not going to include the portion from 724.00 to 724.54 in direct. Mr. Steele, however, on cross-examination, believe it's fair game. All right, so you will be able to play it. Just have to identify it. But for those purposes, okay? All right. Anybody else have any other issues or discussion as to four? And four again was 722.16 to 724.54. All right, so we'll State, you can go ahead and start working on those edits, okay?
Yeah.
All right. All right, let's cover the next period of contention. That's number 9. What does number 9 go from?
And again, Your Honor, I want to make sure, because I think I want to orient that the list that we're going through now is what the state intends not to play. In section number 9, these are areas in which the defense wants to play. And
Can you tell me first what areas you're not contending to play, and then I can ask the defendants, or if you've got those, which areas the defendants want to play?
so we are not intending to play 748.10
748.10
through 749.30.
through 749.30.
Yes, that's the next section.
Okay.
And so we will not play it. We believe it's bad character of the victim. Again, I will play that portion for the court. And we will be objecting for the defense to play that portion when they get Mr. Copeland on cross-examination.
So you don't want to play it during your examination, Mr. Copeland. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. All right. All right. Let me hear it.
And we're starting a little before at 748.05.
I mean, he can come in on your own.
Hey, what you know about not having anybody else knocked off?
I mean, I'm clean, but I don't know too much about it.
What about the boy on Auburn?
Who, school. I heard something, but it wasn't much. It was just like, all that he did on California. Somebody had him killed. That's all I heard. All the school did. But he robbing folks. But when he's come to the jail, like, I ain't shit, but he's always, like, he's paranoid. Yeah. But I ain't know what he was doing. Right. You know what I'm saying? But he was paranoid when he's come to the jail. He be like, so I gotta go. Yeah.
But everybody
just come out of the weed and he'll jail. What the hell wrong with you? Yeah.
Everybody painted him as a saint now.
Huh?
Everybody painted that as a saint. Like,
yeah, like, it's not people don't like me now. But I'm like, college girl. It's been that trade, I'm like, it's here, like, who the dude on Cleveland you talking about? Some girl, like, it's damn. I think Nietzsche got shot. He didn't die, he just got shot. Nietzsche, I don't know his name. But he did pieces at the end. You know what I'm saying? But I think I went wrong when I did I like check.
And so the portion would end at 749.33. But from 748.10 to 749.33, the state does not intend to play.
All right, I'll hear argument from the defense. Anyone? Mr. Sharp?
Your Honor, we don't have any reliable transcripts from this, so I'm going off of my notes. It wasn't clear to me from what was just played, but what I believe what leads into this conversation is Investigator Dennis asking what he knows about not getting people knocked off. And that's what leads into the scooter conversation. Now, we believe that this is relevant because not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for Kenneth Copeland's state of mind. Mr. Steele, in opening, strongly suggested at least that Kenneth Copeland is the real killer. Additionally, we know that Kenneth Copeland we've received Brady information. He was lying to investigators for years about this, but he's acknowledged that he in fact stole from Mr. Donovan Thomas, known as Nut, stole a chain, a phone, and other belongings from Mr. Thomas at some point. Mr. Copeland also says in his statements that the Bloods, and with the approval of Donovan Thomas and another gentleman named Mo in prison, put Kenneth Copeland on the menu, meaning he was fair game to kill. The fact that Kenneth Copeland believes, whether it was through hearsay or otherwise, believes that Mr. Thomas has knocked off other people goes to Mr. Copeland's motive to commit this crime. Self-preservation, essentially, that he's going to get knocked off, so he preemptively shoots Nut, or Mr. Thomas, I should say. So we believe that his state of mind at this time and his knowledge, or at least even if it's not firsthand knowledge, his perception, his belief that Mr. Thomas is capable of ordering people's deaths is relevant in this case.
Okay. Ms. Hilton?
Your Honor, for a couple of reasons, there's no good faith basis that Kenneth Copeland murdered Donovan Thomas. Your Honor, a couple of things that Mr. Shard said, I'll address. One, in the interviews that Mr. Copeland had with law enforcement, beginning from January 11th all the way to June 10th, one, he has consistently said that he was not near the murder scene at the time of the murder. The phone records support the fact that Mr. Copeland was not near the crime scene at the time of the murder. And when Mr. Copeland talks about the issues that he had during this time period, he has repeatedly said in all of the interviews that he has never had an issue with Nut. Matter of fact, he has repeatedly said that him and Nut were cool, were friends. Not friends, but at least cool, cordial to each other. So this idea of having to go into Mr. Copeland's state of mind is not even a proper purpose to bring in the rumors that he has heard about Mr. Thomas doing anything. They're trying to get in backhandedly a some other dude did it defense, in which, one, they would have to affirmatively state that one of these defendants did it. Right now, they're saying they weren't there, they were nowhere near the crime scene, that this did not occur. So there's no evidence that Copeland did it, and he cannot argue that Copeland is the person who did it when there is no evidence to support that assertion. There's none.
Well, doesn't Detective Dennis in this particular interview say that, hey, that you might have done it?
No, he does not say that. What you heard him say in that last person is that's what the rumor says. That is what the rumor is, that you did it. And that is what was happening. There was a rumor out there that Kenneth Copeland did it, hence why Kenneth Copeland's home was getting shot up multiple times. But there was no evidence, because what Kenneth Copeland says to all the police, every interview is, this is where my day was. I woke up at my girlfriend's house. From my girlfriend's house, I went to Mechanicsville. Then I got the phone call from Demikian. I went down to McDonald's. And when I went to McDonald's, I picked up Little D. Now things are changed because back in 2015, he says that both Little D got into his car and Nard got into his car. Now it's Little D and Shannon. But the fact of the matter, he says at the time of the murder, he was at his girlfriend's house. And that is corroborated by evidence that will come in from his phone records that at 7:25, I believe, he is nowhere near the murder scene. The phone records further indicate that he is where he says he is at the relevant times. The phone records show him going from his girlfriend's house to Mechanicsville, from Mechanicsville to Cleveland Avenue. That is what his phone records show. So there is no evidence to support this now assertion that defense counsel is making up that Kenneth Copeland is the person who murdered Donovan Thomas. And they have no evidence that Copeland did that, so legally they cannot argue or even suggest this to the jury. This will be pure, bare speculation based on no evidence at all. So this idea that we're going to throw out this rumor as evidence cannot occur. Secondly, that now we're going to go into his state of mind to show that Kenneth Copeland would have a reason to kill Mr. Thomas isn't true, because there's no evidence to support that. And then I believe Mr. Sharp brought up this meeting that occurred maybe the night before Mr. Thomas died. And what Mr. Copeland says is, I don't think Nut was at that meeting. He never puts Nut at that meeting. He says Mo was on the phone calling from jail. Bloody J was at the meeting. He said someone said Nut might be, but I don't think Nut was there. So at no point in time was Nut a part of the meeting that they're trying to bring forth to the court, that some way, somehow, Nut had a hit out on him, because that isn't true.
All right.
I disagree with some facts. So I respectfully disagree with some facts that Ms. Hilton just put out there. First of all,
I wasn't finished.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
I'll let her finish.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right.
So additionally, Your Honor, they're trying to bring in, again, bad character of the victim, and it's only admissible if the defendants are saying that they did it and that they were justified in doing it because they know about some specific acts that they did, that the victim did. Here, they're saying that they didn't do it. They don't know who did it. They weren't even around when it happened. So they can't bring in any bad character of the victim when they're claiming, they're not even claiming that they committed the crime. So it would be improper to bring in any bad character of the victim. And that's 24-405, and I have a case, if you can pass me that case. Which will be Muhammad v. State, MOHAMUD v. State 297, Georgia 532, which is a 2015 case, which was decided after once our new evidence rules came in regarding bad character evidence of the victim. I'm sorry?
Mohammed, do you want the citation repeated? Mohammed versus the state 297 Georgia 532, 2015. All right, what's it supposedly indicate?
Sure. So if you look at section So in section or division 3 of the opinion,
I'm gonna get to it.
sure, 297, Georgia, 532.
All right, so, I'm in section 2 and 3. What
Yeah, so
section? You said section 3, right?
section 3, Your Honor.
Sorry. Right. Okay. I'm with you. I see where it says where Muhammad talks about 24-4-405A.
Yes, Your Honor. And so again, what they're trying to do is improper. We rest on what we just argued to the court.
Okay. All right. And now, if you're done, I'll hear from Mr. Shaw.
I am finished now.
Okay. All right, madam.
And I'll reserve time for any rebuttal, Your Honor.
All right. Yes, sir.
Okay, first of all, just to deal with the Muhammad case, and that's essentially Muhammad, we used to call it Chandler evidence. It deals with, it deals with, in a self-defense case, Muhammad essentially says that the defendant in a self-defense case has to be aware of the prior, have personal knowledge or be aware of the past violent acts of the victim for it to be admissible in a self-defense case. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about here today. It has absolutely nothing. They want to cite to a case that deals with a completely different area of the law and then base it on, well, because it doesn't fit this, therefore it's not admissible. We're not talking about self-defense. We're not talking about our client's knowledge of Kenneth or of Donovan Thomas's prior violent acts. We're talking about Kenneth Copeland and his knowledge of Donovan Thomas's violent propensities.
Let me just talk with you about Muhammad. Muhammad indicates that under 405 that generally it makes a distinction from the evidentiary rule is set forth in Chandler before the new evidence code took effect. So they're saying now in all proceedings which evidence of character or trait of a person is admissible, proof shall be made by testimony as reputation or by testimony in form of opinion. So therefore, as a general rule, the character evidence of a victim is limited to reputation or opinion, not specific bad acts.
Well, in that
Mahmoud
in that particular context, Your Honor. And if I was representing Kenneth Copeland, who was once charged with this, by the way, with the murder of Donovan Thomas, he was charged by Detective Thorpe and thrown in jail. So to suggest that we have no evidence, well, the state actually did charge him with the murder. So, but if I was representing Kenneth Copeland, I would be arguing that Kenneth Copeland had personal, and it was a self-defense case. Muhammad would be on point, and we would be duking it out. But I don't represent Kenneth Copeland. I I'm not saying it's a self-defense case. Muhammad has nothing to do with this. This has to do with the state of mind of Kenneth Copeland as another person who was charged with this murder, and his potential knowledge of what he was into by running afoul of Donovan Thomas. Now, a couple things that I disagree with what the state said. State said that Kenneth Copeland said Donovan Thomas was not at the meeting. My recollection of the statement, I just went over it. Initially, he said he wasn't, that Donovan Thomas wasn't present at the meeting. And then he said, no, I think Donovan Thomas was there. He does say Bloody Jay was there. He says Mo was on the phone. But he also puts Donovan Thomas there. Secondly, the idea that the phone records show he was in a different part of Atlanta. Kenneth Copeland's statement puts him at the Green Store, which is maybe 300 yards, 250 yards from the scene of this shooting. Okay? So we're acting like, oh, well, and we know how cell phone records or cell tower data works, and it's not the exact time, and obviously it goes by towers. So my understanding of the cell phone records, and I'm sure we're going to hear expert testimony on it, is it's not nearly clear cut like the state says it is. But Mr. Copeland's own statement puts him at the Green Store. So, which is right there. So, and Your Honor, the other thing is the state can say, oh, well, there's no evidence because Kenneth Copeland repeatedly said he had no issue with Donovan Thomas. Well, on my client's behalf, I guess we had no issue with Donovan Thomas. So I guess the case is just dismissed based on what we say. I mean, that's not really how it works. He said he had no issue with Donovan Thomas. And since those statements were made, he's actually clarified and said, no, I was actually lying when I said all that. And in fact, I stole from Donovan Thomas. And the state handed that over to their credit as Brady material. So, you know, just because an individual says I'm not a suspect doesn't mean they're not a suspect.
Can I ask you a question? Just to address the elephant in the room. Did you say earlier that you did represent Mr. Copeland earlier in these proceedings? Or?
No. I was saying hypothetically.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I was saying hypothetically.
I just want to make sure. Okay.
If I was representing Kenneth Copeland on.
Okay. All right. Because you did say that he was charged with a murder, and
he was charged.
Okay. All right. Enough said. Done.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
No elephant in the room. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. No, I want to make sure. All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Short, anything else? I'm sorry.
No, Your
In
Honor.
terms of this. Okay. All right. All right, sir. All right, madam.
So first thing regarding Mr. Copeland being charged, were the arrest warrants taken out? Yes. However, when the case came to the district attorney's office and we investigated the case, we did not indict him given the evidence that was presented before us. So Mr. Copeland has never been indicted for the murder of Donovan Thomas. Second, Your Honor, looking at 244405A, what the defense is asking you to do meets no exception. And they have not brought to you any case law that says the state of mind of another individual that they are claiming killed someone with no evidence can come in. Like, they have not presented any case law, because this is what they're asking you to do. They're asking you to bring in evidence of the state of mind of someone who they think killed Donovan Thomas with no evidence that that person killed Donovan Thomas. If they have some case law to say that the law allows that, we would like to see it. But according to 244-405, what they're asking you to do meets none of the exceptions in how character evidence of a victim can come in.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have any argument on this particular section? Mr. Steele or anybody else? All right, sir. Go ahead.
was the lawyer in Mr. Muhammad versus State of Georgia, and I agree with Mr. Shart. It's not on point here in this issue. The prosecution keeps saying that there's no evidence that Mr. Copeland killed Mr. Thomas, yet on 4 occasions on the short direct that we had already, the state asked Mr. Copeland whether he killed Mr. Thomas. The jurors don't have to accept his answer. The state has put that ball well in motion. In addition to that, to say that phone records clear Mr. Copeland, phone records are totally going to be in debate, and it's up to the jury. And to say that the state cleared Mr. Copeland and therefore he's not, he's truly not involved in any wrongdoing is preposterous. That's again up to the jury. Mr. Thomas's character is already put in issue. The state did that. They called him the leader of a gang through Detective Gaither and through Detective Dennis. So to now try to close that door when they opened it is inappropriate. And to say that there's no good faith belief, the state sent an email the court was included on where they say that Mr. Copeland said that there's a video with him included. I believe him included. If I'm wrong, I have to refresh my memory. Saying that he killed Mr. Thomas. And the state's asking for the defense to give them the video, which I'm not going to give to them until I use it. If I choose to use it in my case on cross. So, you know, I don't understand there's no good faith. So with all that being said, you then go into what is the real relevance of this? And it's the same thing that the court that I argued earlier, and the court seemingly agreed. It's how the police did their investigation. Detective Dennis said, and I quote, "You to Mr. Copeland, we just heard it. You are the prime suspect, but pull yourself out of the equation." That's how we got here. That's how this prime witness got to be the prime witness. He is making up statements against Mr. Williams and others. And I believe that everything that he said based upon his lies, I'm not saying Mr. Thomas had anyone killed or put a hit on anyone. It's the same thing as Rich Homie Quan. It's another false allegation by Mr. Copeland. The jurors get to see, because I'm asserting that Mr. Copeland made false allegations against Mr. Williams and others. So that's why I believe that it's relevant. And the state shouldn't be able to just say to the court, well, we are God and we decide that Mr. Copeland had nothing to do with it. Therefore, these statements don't come in. That is for the jury to determine.
All right.
Your Honor, again, if you listen to what Mr. Copeland says, he doesn't say Mr. Thomas had someone killed. He says, this is what I heard. This is the rumor that is out here. I don't know about that, but this is what I'm hearing. So again, Mr. Copeland has never said that Mr. Thomas did anything. This is a rumor, and yet we still don't have a case law that allows what they're trying to have the court do. There is no exception to bring in what they're trying to do, which is a specific act to show the character of Mr. Thomas. Mr. Thomas, if they're trying to bring a character, it has to come through reputation or opinion. That's first and foremost.
I don't think it's character. I think what they're trying to do is just impeach him. And they're trying to impeach him on the issue of whether or not he has told another falsehood or discrepancy. And they're also trying to bring in, in fact, from the
Love me to take her ass to spa clinic today. God damn, she irritating me, all that fucking theatrics.
This particular person.
So you're right, this would be a collateral issue because again, whatever happened with this rumor of a killing of someone else is collateral to whether or not Kenneth Copeland or anyone else killed Donovan Thomas. What we're here for is the question of fact is, did the individuals charged have something to do with the murder of Donovan Thomas? What they are asking for you to bring in is him is Mr. Copeland talking to police about a rumor he heard in the street. Again, if they're trying to impeach him on a collateral issue, that's a collateral matter, and it's not allowed. And there is no evidence one way or the other, again, before this jury to even impeach him on that particular portion of his interview.
Play it again, please, ma'am.
Sure.
I want you to play 748, 10 or thereabouts to 749, 33.
Okay. I'm going to start a little bit
Well,
earlier.
they didn't charge like hand down people with this murder.
Hey, what you know about that having anybody else not
I mean, on Cleveland, but I don't know too much about it.
What about the boy on Auburn?
Who, Scooter. I heard something, but it wasn't much. It was just like, all he did on California. Somebody had him killed. That's all I heard. All the Scooter did. Because he was robbing folks. But when he come to the jail, like he paranoid. Yeah. But I ain't know what he was doing. Right. You know what I'm saying? But he was paranoid when he come to the jail. He be like, I gotta go. Yeah.
But everybody
they come out of the weed and hit the jail. What the hell wrong with you? Yeah.
Everybody painting him as a saint now.
Huh?
Everybody painting that as a saint. Like,
yeah, like it's a lot of people don't like me now. But I'm like, college girl. It's that trade, I'm like. It is like, who the dude on Cleveland you was talking about? Some girl, like, it's damn. I think Neat got shot. He didn't die, he just got shot. Neat. I don't know his name. But he did pieces out the hand. You know what I'm saying? But I think I went.
So, Your Honor, like he says here, it's just pieces I be hearing. He never said that Nut did anything. And when it came to talking about the individual by the name of Scooter, he said all that he did talking about Scooter came up on him, and we heard that someone had him killed. He's not talking about Mr. Thomas. He's not talking about him at all. What he's saying, whatever Scooter has done in his past caught up to him and got him killed. And then when he further talks about, they ask him again, what do you know about Cleveland? He says, I don't know. These are just the pieces I be hearing. So again, he's relaying to them rumors that he has heard in the street based upon the question that they asked him.
Look, I'm excited to keep that to myself, but look, so aggravating.
And looking at Carlson's on impeachment by contradiction, where it says a witness may be impeached by contradiction in several ways. If you call another witness or introduce other extrinsic contradicting evidence, generally speaking, the admission of extrinsic evidence for contradiction and impeachment is restricted to non-collateral matters.
Wouldn't it be collateral whether or not he killed Mr. Thomas?
No, Your Honor.
But you all asked about that on direct. You all asked about that on direct.
Multiple times.
That's a material matter. That's not a collateral matter.
But listen, Your Honor, what they asked him is, do you know about not knocking anyone else off? That has nothing to do with whether Kenneth Copeland killed Donovan Thomas. They're asking him, do you know about any other people he done killed that he might have killed? And he's saying, I don't know much about that. So he says, your boy on Cleveland. He said, I don't know too much about that. And then they asked him, what about the boy on Auburn? And he says, Scooter. And then he says, all he did, meaning Scooter, came up on him and someone had him killed. He's not talking about Mr. Thomas. He doesn't know who had him killed. Then further, when they go back to Cleveland Avenue and they're asking again about the Cleveland Avenue thing, he says, I'm just hearing pieces of it. I don't know. So at no point does Mr. Copeland says, I know Donovan Thomas did this or this. He's saying these are the rumors that I hear. So again, they're not trying to bring this in for Mr. Copeland's state of mind. They want to bring it in to show bad character. And that is collateral to, did these individuals kill Donovan Thomas, and did Kenneth Copeland say something contradictory to what these individuals killing Donovan Thomas?
Okay. All right, ma'am. Okay.
Your Honor, if we wanted to bring it for bad character, there's a lot more low-hanging fruit that we'd be aiming at. And furthermore, the state, regarding character, the state has asked people about him buying haircuts and what kind of guy he is. Mr. Thomas, about buying haircuts and what kind of guy he is. And, oh, he was a great guy. You know, he'd show up and we'd also start smoking marijuana and everyone would be happy. And I don't know if that impressed the jury, but the intent was, oh, he's a great guy. So character has been placed at issue, but we're not going after character. Whether Mr. Copeland killed Donovan Thomas is clearly material. Mr. Copeland's motive to kill Donovan Thomas is clearly material. We have to remember, Mr. Copeland has stolen from Donovan Thomas. Mr. Copeland has been put on the menu, quote unquote, at a meeting a couple days before where Mr. Donovan Thomas and his associates were present. So now to say that Mr. Copeland's belief and or knowledge, whether it's through hearsay, through rumors or whatever, his belief that Mr. Thomas follows through, of course that's relevant. Of course that's relevant.
Again, he's saying he does not know if he did it. I think we'd be in the same predicament even if he said, I know this happened, but he says, I don't know what happened. I have no idea. And yet they want to bring in the state of mind of Mr. Copeland.
Okay, let's not talk about state of mind. I think it comes in just for impeachment, okay? State of mind is, I haven't heard any case law in that respect, but impeachment?
But impeachment as to what, Your Honor? Because they're saying it's impeachment to what? Because this is not contradictory to him saying that these individuals killed Mr. Thomas.
As Mr. Steele brought up earlier, you brought up, at least as he indicates, a few times that did our current witness kill Nut, okay? Whether or not that's true or not, you know, if there's a foundation for that to be asked, they can ask it.
Right, but what they're trying to get into is whether or not Mr. Thomas killed someone. That's not impeachment to that question. What Mr. Thomas may or may not have done does not directly impeach the question of Mr. Copeland did not kill Donovan Thomas. So that's what I'm trying to ask. What is the impeachment?
I got you. Mr. Sharp, do you have any case law, since you're saying in state of mind or anything like that? I understand what Mr. Steele's saying, and that may be. Does anybody have any type of transcript I can take a look at what was said? I can parse it out.
That is so true, Niche. So true.
Rough transcript, but it's.
I'll look at the defense. If you got a version and the state's got a version, I need to kind of see what's actually said in writing because it's hard for me to kind of listen to it.
I see the game plan though. How you gonna have the alleged killer testify against my client and he the killer? You know, gated killer immunity is crazy.
I believe the court may have a copy of it, but I'll be sending it to you.
What do you mean? In this ubiquitous Dropbox that I never accessed?
No, we emailed it when we emailed the redactions, but I'll re-forward it to you, Your Honor.
As long as you re-forward it to, please re-forward it to everyone. So
I can give you a copy of the one of this.
Can I see it?
Yes.
Ms. Knight, do me a favor and show that to Mr. Sharp, please. And Mr. Sharp, do you have a version you'd like for me to look at?
They don't know who the killer is, to be honest, but like they don't know. Once upon a time, everybody got charged, it seemed like.
Excuse me.
That part. That's why I said they gonna tear his ass up on cross. But hell, if he was charged, what's going on back there?
Yes, sir. Can you tell me what page? Sure, it is going to be starting at page 134, line 1. Through 137, line 7.
Hell no, they don't know. We done heard 3 people being charged before YSL even got charged. They don't know. And I said that before all this even came in court. They don't know.
Judge, what we have on our side doesn't add any more clarity, and it has quite honestly, a bunch of my notes from what I heard on it. So if you want that, I can give it to you, but.
I don't want to look at your work part necessarily. I just want to kind of want to look at.
Both transcripts have a lot of unintelligible.
He about as bad as hearing as damn Woody ass at this point. Shit.
What pages? Okay, I have in my possession states 378 Yankee Bravo 2. Okay. Which pages am I looking at?
Page 134, beginning at line 1. Going through page 137, line 9 to line 7.
I tell you what I'll do, Mr. Sharp. You said it goes from 134 line 1 to 137 line 7. All right, Mr. Sharp, what I'm going to do is I'm going to listen to this. I'm going to listen to it. I'm going to follow the transcript, and then I'm going to take your copy. I'm going to listen to it again and follow it again. To see, okay, just to see if there's any more clarity or granularity. Okay.
I'll let you look at my copy, but
Only if you want me to. Only if you want me to. Okay. All right. Just so I make sure I hear. I try and get everything. All right. So go ahead and play from the video audio recording from 134 to 137.
anybody else not though?
They on Cleveland, but I don't know too much about it.
What about the boy in Auburn?
Who, School. I heard something, I heard something, but it wasn't much. It was just like, all he did on California. Somebody had him killed. That's all I heard. All the schools did. But he robbed folks. But when he comes to the jail, like, I ain't shit, but he's always, like, he's paranoid. Yeah. But I ain't know what he was doing. Right. You know what I'm saying? But he was paranoid when he come to the jail. He be like, child, I gotta go. Yeah.
But everybody
just come out of the weed and hit jail. What the hell wrong with you? Yeah.
Everybody painting him as a saint now.
Huh?
Everybody painting that as a saint. Like,
yeah, like it's a lot of people don't like me now. But I'm like, college girl. They did that trade, I'm like, hey, it's here, like, who the dude on Cleveland you talking about? Some girl, like, damn. I think Nick got shot. He didn't die, he just got shot. Nick, I don't know his name. But I did the pieces at the end. You know what I'm saying? But I think I went wrong when I let go. No, like, I check the car on the phone. You know what I'm saying?
So I ended at 7:49. I'm sitting at the time. Ended at 7:49:38.
All right. Much like the court's determination on 4, the state's not going to be required to play it in their examination. The section between 748:10 and 749:30-33, but it can be played on cross-examination.
You believe that it's inadmissible, or will it exactly at the appropriate time?
Assuming that but based upon what's been proffered so far by counsels for the defense, depending upon how it's if its foundation is properly laid, I'm going to say it's probably going to be able to be played for impeachment. So that's my ruling at this time, but subject to my hearing. It can be subject to other things that may develop. Okay. All right.
Why are these people stutter so damn bad? For them to
I'll
be
give you back this, or unless I need to keep it for the time being. Okay. All right. I'll keep it. Okay. All right. The next area of contention is 11. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Your Honor, 11.
First, tell me what section of this interview is number 11.
Number 11 is page 752:26 through 7. I'm sorry. The timestamp is
timestamp. Okay.
It's 752:26
752:26
to 757:24.
757:24.
Yes.
Okay.
And in the transcript, it's page 143, line 10 through page 155, line 20.
Okay.
This is section Mr. Shard and I talked about yesterday. We will pay this entire section except for 754.40 through
754.40
through 756.33. And the reason why we do not want to play that section is Mr. Copeland tells the police where his family lives across like the city, and we don't think that that portion is relevant. But other than that, we would play everything else except for the section where she's talking about where his family lives.
Yeah, y'all already done said where his
Is
family
it,
lives in the
do
other
they give
one.
addresses or do they give just generalized areas?
Both. I mean, some he gives specific addresses, some it's generalized areas, but it's not relevant where his family stays.
Mr. Sharp?
I do not want to play that out loud. So if they want to play it themselves, but I do not want my whole purpose of not wanting to play this so that it doesn't get publicized.
Can you all let me hear it?
Sure. I have some earphones.
I tell you what, why don't you all, let's do this. Why don't you all listen to it, those that wish to, and then let me listen to it. And then we can have further discussion if necessary. If you all agree that it's, then I may not need to listen to it. So I'll let you all kind of work that out.
Yeah, they played the last one where they said the size of the areas where his siblings stayed at. I don't understand what's the issue now. Actual addresses I understand, but shit, y'all done already let the shit be on record where his damn siblings stay at. Hell.
Ms. Hilton, are you trying to find or Ms. Knight, are you trying to find that particular location?
No, I have headphones.
Why don't you all listen to it first with the defense, okay?
I think they're listening to it now.
All right, they listening to some parts of the video. Yeah, I'm over here online shopping. I ain't left out the house yet. It's so hot outside. Oh my god. Trying to do my grocery pickup. Like, I don't even feel like having a walk out though. Hate grocery shopping. Shout out, a little side note. Shout out to those that do like delivery drop offs or the Walmart deliveries, Uber Eats, anything. Okay, y'all to go because y'all make my life so much easier. I swear. Dang, how long is the clip?
Yes, sir.
We've had an opportunity to review that excerpt, and we don't have any problem with that being redacted. We think that's appropriate.
Okay, so from 75440 to 75633, when he talks about where he lives and the addresses of his relatives, we're gonna cut
Yes,
all
sir.
that out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Is the state gonna play the rest of it?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Short, any objection or any other defense counsel objection to the balance of it being played? Now, and the balance meaning from 7:52:26 to 7:57:24, other than 7:54:40 to 56:33, which is the addresses and of the witnesses and his relatives.
We're just good with the state's redactions right now. I'd have to cross-reference our redactions, but I don't believe we have any on that particular area.
All right, okay.
Well, and then
But you still object generally on the basis of it not being proper impeachment and for the grounds that you've already stated. So I'll make that a continuing objection.
Thank you.
On behalf of all defendants. Okay, any other, can we move to 14, and there's a part of 14, as I understand, that you all disagree with. Is that correct?
Correct. Based upon what the defense counsel has provided, my understanding is they were okay with us not playing majority of that section, the only portion that they wanted in was from 845.12 to 847.34.
All right, tell me first what's 14.
Sure. 14 is the entirety of the section is 844.05
844.05
through 847.34.
847.44 34. Okay.
And the defense wants to play 845.12
845.12
through 847.34.
through 847.34.
Yes. And again, the state does not intend to play it. If the defense chooses to, theirs, we would object to relevance.
Can I hear it to begin with, please?
Yes.
And then I'll let any defense counsel who wish to respond to it. But let me hear it first.
I'm just going to start at 844, Your Honor.
Man, so you come around, there's a lot of playing going on. Everybody's playing, right?
See, we got
Yeah. He not gay as in.
gay.
Yeah, but he gay as with a drag queen, so yeah, he gay. He what? Yeah. But not too many people don't know
What's
that.
that for
That has over there,
Can you tell me what transcript references?
Sure. So this is going to be page 242, line 22. And Your Honor, kind of given some of the material that they're discussing, can we give it to you to listen to without it being broadcast?
First, give me the rest of the transcript.
Sure, I'm sorry.
242, line 22 to which?
Through page 247, line 1.
Excuse me. Okay, Mr. Shard, anybody else you want? I've read the particular transcript pages as the state gave me. Do you wish for me to hear the audio, or is there any other argument as to what? Do you want me to play? Do you want it to be included as part of the?
Can I offer what I believe it discusses? I mean.
Yes, you certainly may.
Okay, just so we're on the same page.
Yes.
this entirety is 844.05 to 847.34. It's kind of three different discussions. First is about the sexual proclivities of Mr. Winfrey. We agree, we would concur that that does not come in.
What's it, and
Your Honor, that's going to be from page 244, line 3. I'm sorry, let me go back. Okay, I'm sorry. That would start at page 242, line 22, through page 244, line 19.
so you all are in agreement that that particular part is not going to be played?
Yes, sir.
Or will be excised?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, I apologize. Page 244 to line 6.
Not line 19?
Not line 19, but line 6.
All right, okay. And what's the second part, Mr. Sharp?
It's the investigator Dennis continues to ask Mr. Copeland about the sexual proclivities of Mr. Brian Williams, who has also been referred to as Birdman. That's the second part. And then the third part.
Hold on one second.
Yep. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so number 2 is the purported sexual proclivities of Mr. Brian Birdman Williams, right? And what is that? What pages of the transcript does that come from?
That's page 244, line 6 through page 244, line 22.
And just to be clear, there's nothing particularly shocking in the answer that Mr. Copeland gives regarding that gentleman. Just so we're clear. And then,
All right, so does the state, do you wish for it to be?
I do, because it adds context to what comes next, which is the third part is the sexual proclivities of Mr. Jeffrey Williams. And
Well, I thought we talked about that already. I thought.
no, that was about Mr. Winfrey, the first
Mr.
part.
Winfrey. I thought you said Mr. Wayne. Okay,
I'm sorry, Mr. Winfrey was the first
Winfrey
part.
is the first part.
Yes,
That
sir.
is from page 242, line 22 to 244, line 6. So it's Mr. Winfrey, not Mr. Williams.
Correct.
Okay, all right. So the third section is now the sexual proclivities of who?
Jeffrey Williams.
Of
So there's a
Jeffrey
Winfrey and then there's two Williams. Brian Williams and Jeffrey Williams. And
Is he talking about one or the other or both?
the first part he's talking about after Winfrey, they talk about Birdman.
Okay, yes.
Nothing particularly shocking is revealed. I know we're not playing this, but I feel the need to say that nothing shocking is revealed. And then after that, which again adds context to getting to Mr. Jeffrey Williams, and Investigator Dennis seems to be very interested if Mr. Jeffrey Williams is gay. And it leads to Mr. Copeland explaining that Mr. Williams is not gay, is definitely not gay, why he feels Mr. Williams is not gay, but more importantly, I'm not really interested in sexuality in and of itself, but what Mr. Investigator Dennis is asking, well, he wears a dress, he, wears these skinny clothes, and Mr. Copeland indicates that it's marketing. It's all about marketing. And he does these things to get attention and further his career, which we think is very relevant in this case. It's been one of the central themes that and I'm speaking on behalf of the defense here, but this has been one of the central themes of Mr. Steele's defense. And, the state has brought in many different videos that they say show Mr. Williams doing certain things. and the response has been, well, he's instructed to do certain things. That doesn't mean that's his true self. And this is another example of Mr. Williams dressing in certain ways, doing certain things. And this isn't me saying this. I'm not the one here drawing connections between wearing a dress and sexuality and all that. Let me just be clear. That's Investigator Dennis doing that. He's saying, well, you're saying he's not gay. He's wearing a dress. And then Mr. Copeland says, well, the reason he does that is for marketing. It's to get attention. And so we think that's very relevant. And so we would ask that those parts come in. It's different from Mr. Winfrey, because Mr. Winfrey's not a rapper. Or at least not a well-known rapper. So Mr. Winfrey, and Mr. Winfrey's section are actually talking about actual sex acts as opposed to the portrayal you give to the public.
So you're not in disagreement that should be out. That I'm talking about Mr. Winfrey.
Winfrey out.
Okay, but you do want to be the section played in regards to Mr. Brian Birdman Williams. Is that what you're saying?
Correct, because it adds context, and he's a performer as well.
And you also want to play the discussion about Mr. Williams.
Jeffrey Williams.
Jeffrey Williams.
Yes, sir.
And what transcript pages are those, madam?
For Mr. Williams.
Jeffrey Williams, yes, ma'am.
Yes, it's going to be page 245.
Page 245.
Line 1 through page 246. Excuse me. Through page 247, line 9.
All right. Okay. Anybody else wish to be heard? Mr. Steele, anybody?
I would like that to be played for those reasons.
In regards to Mr. Brian Williams and Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
Yes, it goes to my defense. The state was allowed to get in Mr. Williams 5 stars, Mr. Williams using blood signs and child, using a blood sign in a music video, Mr. Williams standing with people saying things about sex, money, murder, and all of that is for marketing, and it's discussed there, and the detectives know it. They were told that. So based upon the way the state has tried the case and saying that what did your investigation reveal, I would want to show that this is what their investigation revealed, and they have ignored it in their testimony before the jury, and that Mr. Copeland is aware of it, and he parlayed that to the prosecution's lead detectives. So I believe that it's relevant.
Okay. All right. Ms. Hilton?
Yeah, so I guess now that this part of the transcript is true versus the other portion of the transcripts being false. So, Your Honor, what defense counsel is asking to be put into evidence is not relevant. Whether or not Mr. Birdman may or may not, Brian Williams may or may not be gay has no relevance to whether or not the individuals charged with killing Donovan Thomas killed Donovan Thomas. There's no relevance to that. Furthermore, the marketing scheme or the marketing tool that Mr. Jeffrey Williams may have used in order to say he was or was not gay has no relevance to who killed Donovan Thomas. Your Honor, there's nothing about whether or not Mr. Williams was using people thinking he's gay as a marketing tool has no bearing on the trial before us, which is whether or not they killed Donovan Thomas. Now, Your Honor, Mr. Steele once talked about the evidence that has come forth about Mr. Williams being a part of sex, money, murder, Mr. Williams being a part of a gang. Now, if Mr. Copeland was saying, he says being in a gang is a marketing tool, then we might be in a different conversation. If Woody in this interview, or excuse me, Mr. Copeland in this interview said, he says all this gang stuff because that's marketing, different conversation. But he's talking about whether or not he uses being gay as a marketing tool. That is not relevant to what is happening in this trial. If Mr. Copeland would have said, he's not really a gang member, he just says that to market himself, different. If Mr. Copeland would have said, hey, he doesn't really have guns, they are all fake in the video, different conversation. But the fact that he says he's not really gay, it's a marketing tool, is not relevant at all. Has no bearing on the issue at hand. Therefore, Your Honor, it should not be played. It is not relevant. And we're not playing it, and we're asking the defense tries to play it, that it's inadmissible. It's not relevant for the issue at hand.
Mr. Steele and Mr. Shard, assuming you can frame the questions correctly, I'll let you ask them on cross. Okay? All right. All right, so that's 14. All right, and I think we have 16, is that correct?
Yes, that's the last.
Okay.
For the state.
Okay, all right. We're going to take up this, and then we'll take a short lunch break, and then defense, if you've got your parts marked or any other sections you want me to consider, I'll hear those at that point in time. Okay. All right. So 16. What's 16 go from?
It goes in from 906:37.
906:37.
Through 917:20.
Through 917:20.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And it's page 274, line 14, through page 291, line 20.
Okay. All right.
And the defense wants in 907:35.
907:35.
Through 907:40. And also 908:12 through 910:50.
Okay. All right, so the defense wants in 907:35 through 907:40, and then 908:12 through 910:50. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Any argument on the issue?
You can play from 9:06 to 9:13 because I think that's the entirety of the section.
You said you're gonna play 9:06
To 9:13.
to 9:13, about 7 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, go ahead. You said that starts at page 274?
Yes, Your Honor. And it's going to start at 9:06:30.
Be like, I'm on my way now. Let me get dressed. And then we gotta come.
They say this is what I did, but it probably don't be true no more. But Lucy was having the guns at his house, and Karen never staying at this house. This can't be true. But what house? Lucy got the guns. Lucy got the guns put up for them. And
at his mama house?
I don't know what house it is. It's a picture of them. It's a video of them shooting pool. You know what I'm saying? Whatever house, Lucy kept hiding the guns. And Karen never standing over here. So whenever they do it, they go get the guns for Lucy, then they come.
But Lucy don't stay in the hood. What, he got like a nice house somewhere?
Yeah. And then that was it. Now that was before that. Now that Rich Homie Corn buying the guns for them.
He got me confused.
It's true.
I ain't saying you ain't telling the truth. Rich only got me confused.
But they show y'all right there. I ain't got no push. I ain't doing it. You know what I'm saying? Because though Rich Homie Corn, it's still cool.
Right.
And I'm right there. I'm right there in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Right there with Rich Homie Corn, right there with Thug. Hey, and guess what? Rich Homie Corn come talk to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he's saying he got to do certain stuff because he's a blood. But Rich Homie Corn, he want to get out, but he's scared. Bro, you want to get out, tell him when you done, walk away. You're a fucking millionaire, bro. What you mean nigga do to you?
Yeah.
So I told him. You know what I'm saying? You guys doing this shit for protection, bro. You got to stop on your own. And that's what I told him.
But what you got to do to get out? You can just walk away? Well, you got that much money, you just walk away?
I walk away with no money. But I told him, man, y'all do what y'all got to do. Fuck y'all.
Yeah.
Just walk right with it. You know what I'm saying? What? What y'all mad about? What y'all, you know, now they mad. Ain't no nigga gonna tell me go do shit I don't want to do.
Right.
No nigga gonna run me. And I'm not gonna leave no nigga in jail. Ain't going to hell.
So you mom ain't got no say.
Ain't nobody got no say. I'm gonna do what I want to do. They nigga can't tell me nothing. So, if you don't want to walk away, deal with it. And that's what you're going to do. He deals with it. He was sitting right there getting his stuff.
He on the treadmill. He on the treadmill just running.
Yeah. Like he's terrified. Like Rich Homie Corn is so terrified. Like how he was talking, he was so scared. Like, what you scared for, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, man, go throw up my brother. And I'm over here with these niggas, you know what I'm saying?
He caught in the middle.
Like, man, you and Thor doing the show together.
Is he safe?
You should have seen the shit Rich Homie Corn did. He put on Thor's shoes. Like, what the hell?
Putting on his shoes.
He put on his shoes.
Put his shoes on his foot.
He took his shoes off, put those shoes on, said, well, I like these. Like, he just Thor. The shit he was doing, like, he was trying to make Thor feel comfortable with it. You know what I'm saying?
Like we family.
Yeah, like he would have Rich Homie Corn perform. But all the songs he performed were like his gangster song, like him rapping song like that. With his song he made, I ain't never been a fuck nigga. He rapped all his song like that. And Thor was in the back. Thor wasn't supposed to perform. But Birdman let Thor perform. So Thor and Rich came out. So they played Thor and Rich Homie Corn. Rich Homie in the front, Thor come to the back. So when Thor first came out, Thor come out of nowhere. And Rich Homie didn't know he was gonna come on stage. Rich Homie didn't know.
Rich Homie was like what?
Rich Homie like, hey, now you done got real cool. You know, he stood up. Now they rapping all on stage. Now he talking about Thor. But he never did before. he seen Thug. Right. You know what I'm saying? So the whole time he's doing it, now Thug on now, he had this and it, no. And beside it, I'll tell you what I did. When after this guy came to perform, like he was walking me through it like he was happy to be around Thug. Right. Got outside. So he went to the White House, got a tour at the White House. In Miami. Now they got a tour with a drag queen. Oh, okay. Pumps came in there. And right. Fucked up. So what I want to see. So they like, security like, we leave out, let's get out with it, let us out. Yeah. So drag queen and they get out. But anyway, with some corn partner, somebody hit his cuff. And he probably got a fight with them because they try to hit and run. Mm-hmm. And some corn said, what y'all bring the guns down here for if you ain't gonna use it? I'm like, I heard him say, what the hell?
He won't.
So now you know about guns around. Yeah.
So he feel like it's like this.
He did. After that, he was just like everything same thing. He like what? Give me your number. I'm telling you, bro. I'm gonna put you up on game.
You said what?
I gave him my number. He put it in his phone, he called. So then he hung up. But I got my phone, he had on me call from. I was like, what the hell? Then he was like, he tell me everything, like, what he doing, like, he didn't know they showed up to shot up my house at night. He was just like, they called, like, let us put up on you. See, we from Corn down there to a door, down to a board. And we from Corn took him in his room, like, in his floor. What the hell? We from Corn showing up where the door stay.
Right, they put them up on you.
Yeah, that's all right. So we told Corn, he didn't know. Like, man, bro, he's tripping. He was like, they want to make him their big homie now. Like, Nut died, and now he stepped up to the plate.
Cool.
Rich on Corn.
How you gonna be the big homie? He's scary as fuck, but he got the money.
No, I said, you know why they want you to steal it? Because you got money, bro. You know what I'm saying? Everybody gonna eat. They need you for your money. He's like, I know, bro. But he's smart. He's very smart. And he's like, I'm smarter than that, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's down. We just need me for protection. So who you need to protect about, bro? Ain't nobody, ain't got a problem with nobody. Ain't nobody saying you.
I heard 3D was next in line.
Okay. All right.
So, speaking for myself, for Mr. Stillwell, the 90735 to 90745, but we had it as 40, but I think it's more accurately to 45. It's Kenneth Copeland saying, Doug and Rich Homie are still cool. I'm right there with them, which is certainly, from my observations, Mr. Lamar, who's Rich Homie Quan, has not testified as of yet, but there's been certainly in the state's proffers, and my understanding of the state's theory is that there is some dispute brewing between Rich Homie Quan and Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug, that plays a role in the motive for the killing of Donovan Thomas. That's what they've said. So the relationship between Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan is very much an issue. Kenneth Copeland says, I'm right next to both of them. I see it. These are his observations. So we think that that's very relevant. That should be included. 908-12 to 910-50.
One more time. 908. You said
908-12 to 910-50. There's two things that are relevant about that. Mr. Copeland reacts or says he reacts kind of mystified at Mr. Lamar, Rich Homie Quan, being scared to walk away from the Bloods. And that's important because then Mr. Copeland says, why are you scared? You got money. You just just walk away. Just do what you want to do. Just walk away. And then Kenneth Copeland says, that's what I did. I just walked away. And no one tells me what I'm going to do. He says, ain't nobody going to tell me nothing that I'm going to do. And that's very central to this case, because the narrative being pushed by the state is that Mr. Jeffrey Williams and others are the puppet masters that order everyone else what to do. Now, our stance is that YSL is not a gang, and YSL certainly is not structured in a way where anyone tells anyone else what to do. So Mr. Copeland's statements about nobody telling me what to do, I never did anything for anyone else, are very relevant. And his views on whether other people can force him to do things are very relevant. Finally, in that same excerpt that between 908.12 and 910.50, Mr. Copeland goes back to the relationship between Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan, and he goes on to tell things that he personally observed, a story to illustrate his point about how close they are, about how Rich Homie Quan put on Jeffrey Williams' shoes and was wearing his shoes and saying how much he likes the shoes, and were performing at a show together and hugging each other and those sort of things. So it illustrates his personal observation that Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan are in fact tight and close, which runs contrary to the state's theory in this case. Now, after 1050, they start talking about totally unrelated incidents, some alleged fight with a drag queen at Waffle House. Those are Mr. Copeland's words. We don't think that that's relevant or should be admissible, but the relationship between Rich Homie Quan and Mr. Williams is Mr. Jeffrey Williams is very relevant to this case.
So, I'm sorry, after 1050, give me the complete.
910.50, he starts going into some other things that we don't think are relevant. He starts talking about an incident at Waffle House in the parking lot, some fight with what Mr. Copeland says were drag queens. I'm just using his words.
When did it start? Because I think 910, I'm sorry.
910.50 is when it switches to the irrelevant things. So I believe that 907.35 to 907.45 should be played, and 908.12 to 910.50 should be played.
All right. And then after 91050, you're saying it's not relevant for any purpose?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if all Coke or all defense counsel agree with me, but that's my stance.
All right. Mr. Steele, anybody else wish to be heard about these particular segments?
I would adopt entirely what Mr. Sharp just said. And I would just add that also for the way the detectives did their investigation, for those reasons that I articulated before, I believe it's relevant because based upon my investigation, Mr. Rich Homie Quan was never giving guns and storing guns for other people to use on third parties for violence. He was not going to replace Mr. Thomas as the head of a criminal street gang. And this is how I intend to bring out, this is part of the information that the police say that they did their investigation. They don't give us any reports. They don't give us any expert reports. I have no memorandum. They just spoke with people, and then the court let in prosecution, pursuant to the prosecution's questions and argument that the police did an investigation. Don't say who told you, but what did you learn? And I want to show the jury that they are getting misinformation, knowing misinformation, and constantly, and I don't know how to test other people because I don't have who else they spoke with to rely on in this courtroom, but I would like to show that information to the jury. In addition to that, it is, I don't want to repeat, but Mr. Sharp, I agree with him about the relationship with Mr. Lamar or Rich Homie Kwan and Mr. Williams. He will state that they were playing together after January 1 of 2015. The state put up.
He being who, Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And the state put up Mr. Thomas Sr., who took issue, even though the court has seen and the evidence came out that Mr. Copeland is correct, that Mr. Williams and Mr. Rich Homie Kwan did perform in the middle of January 2015 in Tampa, Florida together, and Mr. Copeland was there, and Mr. Copeland saw the shoes being worn by Mr. Lamar or Rich Homie Kwan that belonged to Mr. Williams, that they were hugging, that they were asked to put on stage together, and that they are, quote, cool, end quote, and that's what you just heard, with one another, which would impeach the state's theory, which is all it is, because it's not accurate. It's objectively inaccurate what the state put up in front of the jury, that Jeffrey Williams somehow was out of sorts with Mr. Donovan Thomas and Mr. Rich Homie Kwan, because somehow Donovan Thomas was involved in Rich Homie Kwan's musical career, and that upset somehow Mr. Brian Birdman Williams and Jeffrey Williams. So that goes directly for impeachment of another witness, and the person has direct knowledge of it. In addition, this part that the state wants to omit.
Which part specifically? The 90735 to 90745 and 90812 to 90850?
It's included in there, but I'll get you the exact times. I'm switching topics about how to get out of a gang. Mr. Copeland is saying I was a member of a gang and all I did of Bloods, and all I did was walk away. There's no repercussions. Meanwhile, the state put up this, quote, hybrid gang expert, Detective, very first witness of the case, Belknap, to say that this hybrid gang has its own structure and it's a little fluid, yet Mr. Copeland is explaining how you just walk away, one, and two, he doesn't take any orders from anyone at any time, which is against what the state is saying, how Mr. Williams is somehow if you remember the opening statement of Lawyer Love, he was the wolf, called him a wolf. I didn't really get it, but the wolf leading the others like a sheep to slaughter. That's how it sounded to me. I'm not saying that's what was said. Anyway, all of those portions, I believe, should be admissible, played, and of course, if the state doesn't want to play them, I understand it, but I don't want the court to stop me from cross-examining on those issues. And if Mr. Copeland says, I don't remember, I will impeach him.
Right. State.
Your Honor, the state
I'm gonna
has.
assume you're not gonna play in your direct, is that right?
No, we will.
You want to play those particular?
Yes, Your Honor. So what the state will be requesting is that all of it be played, not portions of it. And so from 906:37 to 907:18, that is when Mr. Copeland is talking about Rayshawn Bennett and having guns. That part we would keep out, but everything that has to deal with Rich Homie Kwan, we would ask to be played. So that would be from 907:18, or we will play, excuse me. That'll be from 907:18 to 910:50. That's the first portion. We will redact the portion about the Waffle House and the drag queens because
That's after 10. That's 9:10:50
to 9:11:30.
to 9. 11:30?
Yes.
Okay.
And then we'll could play from 9/11/31 to 9/13.
What's represented in that particular
That is
section?
some further conversation about the relationship with Rich Homie Quan. That's going to be on from page 281, line 24 through 284, line 7.
Okay.
And then after from 9/13 to 9/17/20, we would ask to continue to be that we will redact or we won't play that
So
portion.
you said 9:13 to 9:17?
20, yes, Your Honor. We will not play. And Your Honor, this motion again, I think Mr. Steele has said it on multiple occasions that he's trying to impeach what the investigators did or their investigation. Your Honor, what the court will hear in this interview, as well as the February 28th interview, February 21st interview, and the June 10th interview, is that our investigators, Dennis and Gaither, consistently say to Mr. Copeland, what you're telling me here, we have to verify. We have to get other evidence, and we can't just take what you're saying here as gospel. We have to verify it. So when they talk about on the stand that they had other parts of their investigation that they could not speak about, they tried to verify anything that Mr. Copeland said occurred, whether that was by phone records, whether that was by other independent evidence. And so when Mr. Steele continues to say, we're trying to impeach or to show the jury that this was all their investigation, it is not. What they talked about in these interview rooms, they didn't just run with it. They made sure they could corroborate it in a number of different ways.
They definitely
For
ran
example,
with it.
even with Mr. Copeland here, when he was arrested for having a gun, they didn't take out charges immediately. They found videotapes. They did other parts of their investigation. So this notion that all the detectives did was take what Mr. Copeland said and then swore out warrants is just an incorrect statement about how this investigation took place.
All right.
And so we agree that we're going to let in those portions of this particular interview.
All right, Mr. Shard, it looks like that the state's going to omit the portion with the purported fight with a drag queen from 9:10:50 to 9:11:30. And it seems like they're not going to play 9:13 to 9:17. Do you have any disagreement or you want to be heard any further in that respect?
It sounds like also they're not going to play. It sounds like they're also not planning on playing 9:06:37 and 9:07:35. Correct?
I don't. Are you, madam?
From 9:06:37 to 9:07:18.
You're not going to play.
We will not.
Okay. Well,
Do you wish to have that play? That's the very beginning of the tape. So
It's talking about Rashawn Bennett having guns at his house.
the parts that they're seeking to omit deal more with Mr. Steele's argument about their investigation. So I'm going to allow him to respond to that.
It's the same thing. If Mr. Copeland is lying to the police, then that is relevant. He is saying that Mr. Bennett is housing guns at his home. I'm going to challenge him because I don't believe he has any information on that, but that's what he alleged to me. So it is another way of showing that Mr. Copeland is a liar to the police. He has lied about Mr. Williams being involved in these crimes, and I don't know how that is being excluded. He said he has personal observation. He did not say, I heard about it, I'm speculating, I'm making it up. He said Mr. Bennett, who's known as Lucci, YFN Lucci, is providing guns to his gang members, something to that effect. That's not the way he said it, but that's what he was housing guns in his home.
So I would like to cross-examine on that and play that recording.
Okay.
Oh, and one other.
Yes, sir.
The fact that the state is claiming that the investigators corroborate, I have zero, I'm not accepting it. I have zero information on how they corroborated. They throw out phone records. They said earlier that the phone records support Mr. Copeland's supposed alibi. That's not accurate. But we can let the jury decide. But I'm not accepting when I don't know how the police, I have no reports how they went out and said, okay, Mr. Bennett has guns at his home. Well, we found out that that's true. Well, we found out that that's not true. We spoke with this person. We have a video. I don't have any of that. I'm stuck with law enforcement saying, we go through these 6 criteria in policy, which I objected to under Olson, O-L-S. I think it's O-N, but it might be E-N, versus state decided this year. It was done by the Honorable Don Samuel case by the Georgia Court of Appeals. Judge Rickman, the Chief Judge Rickman, or then Chief Judge Rickman, wrote the opinion. And the policy doesn't matter. So I'm stuck with this, I don't know what we'd call it, this expert who just says, don't challenge me, but I corroborate it. I'm not going to tell you how I corroborate it, but just believe it. And now I am challenging it through the way they conduct this investigation. This conversation, if this is how the City of Atlanta Police Department experts conducted all their investigations, it's all, what did you hear? What did you think? And that's what I want the jury to take into consideration. So I would like to put in probably a false allegation against Mr. Bennett. But either way, false or not false, it's relevant to me. And I don't know under what theory it is being excluded, because Mr. Bennett is a supposed victim in the case. He's supposedly a gang member. He was charged in another division in your courthouse before the Honorable Judge Cox. He entered a guilty plea in 2024. I don't remember the date, maybe in January of this year. He is in custody. He got a 10-year sentence. Supposedly, and we need that, by the way, the district attorney's office wrote a letter to the parole board on his behalf for early release. That's Brady evidence, because he's a witness on the witness list. And I don't have any of that, but I don't understand why it's not coming in. This is how the investigation is conducted. And Mr. Copeland, that there are guns at the man's house to use offensively against other people in a criminal street gang. Everyone has guns at their house, but this is in a context of a criminal having guns at his house, and it's another false allegation by Mr. Copeland. So for all those reasons, I would ask that it not be excluded.
I just want to correct the record because I'm not sure what Mr. Steele's talking about. So what Mr. Copeland says here, and he says it very clearly, is that Lucci was having the guns in his house. He said, this comes from Trevia. So this is what he says. He says, this comes from Trevia. Trevia is a young lady who was dating Shell Kell and an individual by the name of Antonio Sledge. So again, he's relaying information that he's hearing. Mr. Copeland did not say to either of these investigators, I know for a fact Lucci has guns in his home. What he said was, this came from Trevia. Regardless, Your Honor, the portion about Lucci, if their whole argument is they want to show that Rich Homie Quan and Mr. Williams were friends during this time period, that's everything after 906. That's everything after 907-18. Either what they said is relevant is the fact that there was a relationship with Rich Homie Quan and Mr. Williams sometime in January of 2015. Whether or not Lucci had guns at his house and that Trevia told Copeland that Lucci had guns in his house is not relevant. If they want to cross him on that at some other time, then we will object at that time if necessary. But for the state's purpose, we're not playing it. If they choose to play it, we'll object at the appropriate time. But again, what they purported is they want to talk about the relationship between Rich Homie Quan and Jeffrey Williams. That is the portion that the state is going to play because that is what is relevant right now.
All right. Are you, I meant to ask, is from the any of the defense, are you are you in agreement or disagreement with the state about anything that's played between 9:13 and 9:17? It's clear they're not going to play 9:10:50 through 9:11:30. The issue with the drag queen, the fight with the drag queen. They're not playing that. But I'm trying to just figure out whether or not, because what I hear the state saying is, and I hear the defense saying is, there are these issues that they are going to play in regards to Copeland, Rich Homie Quan, the relationship that you've mentioned from 907:35 to 907:45, and then 908 to 908:12 or thereabouts to 908:50, and then they're going to play 911:31 to 913. So, Mr. Shard or Mr. Steele or anybody else, any issues with anything from 913, 917 that you want to have argument about or discussion?
Trying to find that in our
I just want to make my ruling clear. It seems like Mr. Steele and Mr. Sharp, whatever the state's not playing as part of the direct, you certainly can ask on cross. But I need to complete this 913 to 917 because I don't think we've discussed that.
would you allow us to briefly listen to that exact portion? Answer that question out.
You want to play it?
I mean, you can play it. I can play it with Mr. Steele right now.
Just so we can give an informed decision. Because again, our transcripts are a little different in the timing, so I don't.
I tell you what I'll do then. The hour being about 1:45, you all can do that. I will come back at 2:45, and then that'll be the first item of business we'll take up. Okay. Is that, and then also, if you have any other parts of this particular interview that you wish to be discuss or include, or for examination, I'll hear those at that time. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. So we're going to be in recess until 2:45.
Ooh, child. So I think today is gonna be a litigation type of day. We ain't gonna get to no testimony. Ooh, yeah, I just we finally had this little side note before we even get into a recap. We finally got a Checkers here in Columbia. For one, the line be long as hell, be like all the way up for a couple blocks. So today I finally decided to go. And listen, it was good. Okay, I will say that. Now, will I wait in line again for that long? Hell no. But it was good. The jury's not there until Tuesday. How do you know that? Where you got that from? I don't know if it's gonna be Tuesday or not. I know it's no court tomorrow. Where did you get Tuesday from? But anyway, so far today, like I said, it's been good litigation. Been a little bit on the boring side. Now the first part was kind of interesting with the back and forth. But now I think the ruling of the judge is more so, okay, the state, because again, we're still on the state's case right now, right? The state don't want to play. I'm gonna go with the state. However, defense, if you oh, excuse me, y'all, if you want to bring it up on cross, boom, type thing. So the judge, I mean, is judging today. Ain't no red flags today. A couple things as far as the clips that they're playing. I'm gonna say that let's okay. Obviously, you can tell today that what Woody has said that he just be telling them people whatever. I believe it even more today listening to this interview because a lot of it is I heard or such and such said or the police ask a question about a shooting over in Cleveland, and he said, "Oh well, I think it's something to do with some big high roller on Bankhead." Well, who is So I believe he definitely was putting in any loops he could to seem like he was in the know of information. I'm kind of interested in hearing the clips. Excuse me, y'all. About Birdman and all that. I wonder why the sexuality of Young Thug was so big during the murder investigation. So I'm actually looking forward to hearing those clips. I'm glad they didn't play it today because at the end of the day, we gotta listen to this again. You know what I'm saying? And like, if y'all knows, I haven't even dropped my reaction video to the other two interviews because I don't want to listen to it again. So yeah, I prefer to hear it all at one time. But it seems like, again, the state's case is still, that's what we're on. So, of course, they're going to argue just the pieces they need to piece together their side of things. However, the pieces that I'm hearing, the argument I'm hearing, the defense, especially Stillwell and Young Thug, Shannon Stillwell and Young Thug, they're going to have a good defense as far as for this witness because he kind of helps both sides if you really think about it. This is the key thing to remember in this situation. They are able to dissect and want bits and pieces on both sides enter because he's kind of like a fucking coin. You just like, he can go on either side. It just depends how you put the shit together. That's really how much what I got for this so far. It's just, it's gonna just depends on the questioning. We know Hilton is not the strongest in this type of situation because Woody be handing her ass to her every day. Okay. I'm not sure if Love is better because I haven't even watched her like argue anything yet. But I don't think Woody is a good witness for Hilton because she ain't strong enough yet. And we can tell that because even Love don't think she's strong enough because she always passing that freaking notebook and making all the fucking frown up ass faces and falling back in her chair. So it's crazy. Is they just going over statements? I believe so. And they still got to go over the phone calls. And Blacklight said the jury is out until Tuesday. I don't know how correct that is. I do know they not in tomorrow. And it seems like we're already halfway through the day today. So I'm kind of on the side where they probably won't be in today. Now, the other day they did say that the jury is supposed to be in on Thursday. So I'm not sure if, I cut my live short on Tuesday. So I'm not sure if maybe they went into it more. I'm not sure. So Black, like if you're listening still, let us know how you found out about the Tuesday time frame. Because to be honest, y'all, because if they're not coming back until Tuesday, hell, I'll wait until on Tuesday to finish watching it. Because right now it's kind of just like, again, everything we already heard today, everything they talked about, that we still have to listen to it once Woody is back on the stand and once the jury is back. And sitting through it one time is cool, but I ain't trying to sit through it 2 times. But I mean, we here now, so I'm gonna do a little research, because if that's the case, I'll probably go ahead and end for today, and we can pick this thing back up next week. Because at this point, like I said, it's really not much we can do if they're not even gonna have actual court. Oh, speaking of which, what we can do, because it's lunchtime, I'm glad I went to YouTube real quick. Okay, so what's her name? Kayla Bumpus is making her rounds. Okay, now you know the other night, I played a clip of her on Infamous Sylvia's channel. Okay, so she went on to another platform called Talk That Law. Okay, if you haven't subscribed to Talk That Law, make sure you go subscribe to Talk That Law. I haven't listened to it. However, since they're on lunch break, I think this is, I mean, we can check it out, because I actually was about to be on silent mode because I got to finish eating my food. But we can listen to it and see what they talked about, if anything. But y'all make sure y'all follow the channel, Talk That Law. And if y'all don't have any other questions, I'm just gonna go ahead and press play. Depending on how the interview goes, will determine if we gonna watch the complete interview. And at the same time, I'm gonna see if I can do some homework, because if the jury is out until it's not in today, I'm gonna end the live for today. Because it's no need for us to sit through it, just to sit back through it next week. Okay, so let's check this out for now, and then I'll let y'all know.
It's a lot of fake pages.
Oh, it's okay. That's pretending to be you or speaking on behalf of you. Well, I would tell you, you do got the dream team. I don't know how you did it that quick, but I was saying that I was like, she needs to get a lawyer.
These are my friends. Gabe was a prosecutor when I was a prosecutor.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay. So are you moving like to Texas now?
Yeah, I live in Texas now.
Oh, okay, so are you gonna practice in both?
Yeah, I'm gonna practice in both. I kept my office in Atlanta. I'm gonna hire an associate for court appearances, but I do mostly personal injury.
Oh, okay, I got a real good friend that I went to school with. She was a year above me, and she does personal injury, and she practices in both Texas and in Georgia. So maybe y'all can link up and get some done together. But she's definitely killing the game for sure in personal injury.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been I do a little personal injury myself. I really love criminal defense, but personal injury where the money at.
I don't want no criminal cases.
I know that's right. Especially after now, right?
Right.
Especially after now, they can have it.
Right.
I'm still confused how the hell she got with Woody, even as a fill-in lawyer, if she don't even do criminal cases. That part is still confusing. Like, y'all ever went looking for a lawyer and they be like, oh, I don't specialize in that? Like, that's like going to get a real estate lawyer and need them to cover you for a criminal case. So that part is still weird to me.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I definitely appreciate you coming on and showing your face so we can know it's you. I know you.
No, it's me.
Okay. Well, I ain't gonna ask you nothing. Is there anything you wanted to say? Or no, you just chill.
No, I'm just going to different channels, just getting a vibe of what people think. It's just so funny to me. Everybody has like all of these theories and.
Right. We have and be dead wrong.
For the most part, I mean, nobody has. I haven't seen one person who I'm like, who they know. Like, not one person has said what actually happened.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Really?
Okay. Wow. Well, this is gonna be interesting then.
It's gonna be interesting, but I mean, I don't think the 25th is gonna happen.
He shouldn't even get it in the first place. And I know this is not you saying this, so you don't got to adopt my statements, but it seemed to me that when you were first trying to get off the case, he didn't want to let you go because he already had in his mind that he was trying to keep you there for this show cause hearing.
He was trying to punish me.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. Yeah. I mean, to be clear, that's exactly what it was. He didn't want to let you go. And then when the other lawyer stepped in and said, "Hey, Judge, you got the rules wrong."
I will say this: with her saying that now, make you think. Remember the judge thought it was her off bat, like immediately, right? Brian still said, "You're probably wrong," right? However, the theory was still she was the mole. And then when she filed a motion for recusal, people thought that was confirmation she was the mole, right? I really think she per se probably told someone. I don't think she's the direct link to Steele, though. I think, and now I even thinking even more, somebody else. I know I jokingly said it was Woody, but the more I talked on the back end with some truth team members, that might be far-fetched because, like, at the end of the day, Woody was locked up, right? And then if Woody was to be talking to a defense attorney, that's a whole nother issue. I doubt it was him. However, it's somebody else that hasn't been identified that's going to be the mole. And I'm even more kind of like leaning towards that, hearing her say nobody has pieced it together correctly. They just went with it because, boom, the judge put it out there. Boom, she filed a motion, so automatically, So y'all let me know what y'all think about that. But I do think it's probably a third party that came to Steele with it. I think somebody even said, if I'm not mistaken, I think Sadie Nash said in that video I showed y'all earlier, like his theory, it was the lawyer, the original lawyer for Woody. And I don't even think, like, again, he said that's his opinion, okay? I don't even think it would be him because he's on vacation, right? Whoever it was had to be able to do it quickly because the meeting was that morning before court started, right? Within, like, and don't quote me on the time, I think maybe an hour to 2 hours top, Steele came in and presented it to the court. So it had to be somebody that was actively there, right? I just don't see Woody getting in touch with his lawyer while he's in jail. Because remember, that's the day he was still in shackles and stuff, right? How it happened. Now, maybe she went and told Woody's lawyer, right? Maybe she talked to Woody's lawyer, and maybe I can see that happening. Now, if she was the one who talked to Woody's lawyer, and then Woody's lawyer that's on vacation talked to Steele, okay. But I don't think it was Woody directly talking to anybody because there's not talking to his legal team anyway at that particular time. It could be one thing that happens a lot is other inmates, right, will pass information along for different reasons, right? So it could have been somebody in the holding cell with Woody learned about it to a certain degree. I'm just guessing right now. They probably wouldn't have had all the details. But anyway, could have been that. But somehow I just don't think it was actually Bumpus that went to Steele. It's the middle person. And like I said, the only thing I can think that will go with it being the other lawyer is if she contacted him, maybe to update him on what happened, and he told Steele the details. Or it was another lawyer in the office, maybe one of her homies or whatever, since she's from there. Maybe it was another actual DA. I don't know. But it just got me, just that part got me just wondering. At this point, it can be almost anybody. But y'all let me know what y'all think.
As usual, and that's me saying it, not you. He's like, well, you can go. But then he handed you a paper. I already knew he was on some. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it clean while you up here because I don't want them to say, you're saying what I'm saying. But yeah, that was that. But I'm
just point blank period. Like I'm gonna say this is that Woody like me, the agreement was always that I was only representing him while he was in custody. Once they agreed to let him out of custody, so I mean the whole fire was because he was trying to help me get off the case. I mean, even he knew that the judge was wrong.
See, that was my first theory, because a lot of times when we work with clients, you know, we could talk to them on the
him
side.
are close. Like I represented him a lot. Like I know him.
Okay.
So there's no bad blood at all.
Oh, okay, okay.
It was just like every.
Damn. Woody know every motherfucker about it. The lawyers, the DA, the police, everybody. So y'all heard her say they're close. They know each other for real. So that's interesting too. Well, sheesh.
Everybody, no, even he couldn't believe what was happening.
Oh, okay. He see the way his demeanor is, and he, you know, dramatic with it.
That's
She
him.
lied. Yeah, yes, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I was thinking, I was like, okay, if it was my client, and I tell my client, hey, the judge is not gonna let me off unless you know, get on board.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times, I mean, I've never had a client that just say, you know, if they know what I want to do, they'll be like, oh, okay, so this is what I got to do. I'm like, yeah, that's what you got to do. And then we go do it.
But that was always the understanding. It was no, I didn't do anything, like all these theories about it. There was no anything like that.
Oh, okay. I was thinking that you were like a substitute attorney, even if that's the proper term. I know you.
I mean, the thing about it is, me and Melnick are friends, and he knew I had previously had a relationship with Woody. So when he asked me, it was no problem because I had previously represented him. It is what it is. So it didn't matter. I mean, their agreement was once he was once he purged himself by testifying, that he would no longer need representation.
Right. Okay. So, and I guess that makes sense. I mean, as far as, I was thinking that when you came in for Melnick, you were there for Melnick during the entire time, because from my understanding, he was giving use immunity. And as we know, use immunity covers, you know, what you say on the stand. They can't use that against you, but it's not full immunity. So I was thinking, you know, does he need a lawyer there outside of, because he might say something on the stand that, you know, that has him locked up. So that was my concern for him. He needed an attorney there. But if you and Melnick had an understanding that, hey, I'm only here until he purges his contempt, and he wants his contempt.
You know what, Blue? You're right. I told y'all the other day, I was like, I know so many. No, hold on, let me phrase this right, because my phone will start going on like, the fuck you just said? Okay, no. I know guys like Woody in real life, like that's not traditionally educated, that may have dropped out, didn't finish school, didn't do no college, really like street smart. However, they're how they, you know, come off, you would think they ignorant as hell. However, they really got some sense. And I said it. I said he playing dumb, but he ain't dumb. You won't last as long as he has in his lifestyle, alleging his lifestyle, this long, and shit, make it out unscathed to a certain degree, being dumb for real. Okay, so yeah, I agree. He's definitely playing the part.
It was words, I'm gone. And that makes sense, because I don't think you should have been locked into that case while Melnick was gone for, you know, week, 2 weeks. That ain't right.
Right.
You see what you were doing? A favor.
Doing a no good deed goes unpunished.
Goes unpunished, right? You was doing a favor and almost got trapped. They didn't want to let you go. Yeah, but
well, I just say this, and the last thing is that everything happens for a reason, and it happened the way it was supposed to happen.
Right. I agree. I mean, I think you did the best you could with what you had to work with. And like you said, we don't know. We're speculating what happened in that meeting. And from my understanding, in the motion, you were present in the meeting, so we don't know what was said. We don't know who came to who defense, or were you representing Woody, or were you not? It's so many questions that we want to know.
And I'm going to answer all of them, but I will say this: it was 14 people in the room.
14. Okay. And the
God damn. Hold up. 14 people. The fuck? Why was 14 people? Now, I ain't gonna lie. If I was a defense, hell yeah. why the hell, okay? Why the hell, okay? Is it 14 people in this meeting with a sworn in witness to witness this shit, and I can't be in there, and this dude is about to testify against my client? That's crazy. I've never even known a fucking meeting that had a ex parte meeting. Now, I ain't been privy to none personally myself, but even when I used to help out law offices that, you know, with a filings and stuff, I've never seen one with notes that 14 people was up in the room, okay, or in the chambers or whatever. But who, child? Listen, Saturday, y'all. Side note, y'all know Saturday I'm going to a event for a lot of lawyers I've worked with over the years, and I'm gonna definitely see how many people will speak to me because I want to get some opinions. Like, have y'all ever been in an ex parte meeting with 14 people? That's crazy, and none of them are the defense. Do you see the look on her face when she said it? Like, oh, this is some tea. This, okay. And speaking of tea, y'all make sure y'all pull up tonight, 8:30 p.m. Eastern time-ish, because you know sometimes might be closer to 9. But Tea Time Thursdays with myself, Kimbella Roxy, miss me with that BS, and we going to definitely be talking that talk, okay? I'm going to try my best not to do too much YSL talk, but shit, this shit got me flabbergasted right now, okay?
Well, the judge tried to say attorney-client. How you have attorney-client privilege when it's 14 people in the room? There's no confidence in that whatsoever. But that, you know, that's me. But thank you so much.
All right, no problem.
Hopefully we can get you back one day.
Okay.
All right, thanks, bye.
Okay, so like I said, y'all tap into talk that law, okay? I'm gonna be honest, because I'm like, damn, she doing a tour, but at this point, y'all, you know, truth team, listen, we be wanting the nitty gritty, okay? I just don't see, you know, I wouldn't really have much I would want to say right now until she can talk until I know more. Okay. So I don't know. I'm gonna think about some things I could possibly ask or something. I might hit her up and see if she'll pull up. But for right now, I just don't know because like it's so many fucking ways this will go. But that is interesting. It's no privilege in the room. Okay, it's none. Like the judge is fucking senile at this point. Because if he really believed it's privilege in a room with 14 people, what the fuck? Like, so I just had to bring this up for those who may not know, right? In law, privilege refers to a special legal right, immunity, or exemption granted to a person, right? But if you got 14 people, now mind you, they already told us, okay, of the 14, hold on, let me refresh this. Of the 14 people, you got the DA's office, you got investigators, you got the court reporter, you got, you know what I'm saying? So ain't no telling who we do know wasn't there is the defense teams, okay? But you got all these different brackets of people. I'm confused to how any privilege is left standing with that, okay? That is something. So 14 people was in this meeting. Kayla Bumpus has previously represented Kenneth Copeland, aka Woody, multiple times in the past. She is friends with the lawyer who Woody had, the man who said she was going to the bar on Miss Love ass, okay? And she was only supposed to be there while he was in custody. Now, I don't know if y'all caught this part, okay? When Talk That Law said, we don't even know if he had a lawyer or whatever. Did y'all see how she looked on her face? Now, mind you, she said in court that day, she was fired beforehand. I don't know. Well, Blue, you heard what she said. She said she don't think the 25th gonna happen. And with all these little droppings of details coming out, I'm starting to think the 25th is not gonna happen either, because this shit here is crazy. No wonder the judge don't want to give no certificates for nobody to file no appeals, because he know he done messed up. No wonder he's trying to doctor up transcripts and stuff like that, because 14 people in a room is crazy. I mean, so you feel the need that these 14 people is more privileged to be in there than the defense attorneys is wild and their client. That's wild. So, hey, as of right now, hearing's supposed to go down on the 25th, but just like Miss Bumpy said, she don't think nothing's gonna happen. Okay. Ooh, child, that's some tea for your ass. That is some tea for your ass. All right, y'all. I think I'm gonna end for today. Because they're gonna be litigating for probably the rest of the day, because by the time they get back, you know they're supposed to be back at 2:45. 9 out of 10 times they're probably not gonna come back to like 3:30. You know they normally shut down about 4 to 5. So yeah, I don't think it's gonna be an actual court day today. They don't have court tomorrow. So we're gonna pick back up on Monday and see what happens. I'm not 100% sure. I think Blacklist left. They didn't say why it's Tuesday the day that the jury's supposed to be back. I don't know if that's accurate or not. But nevertheless, hey, we'll meet up on Monday, 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. We'll see what happens. We'll kick the shit and see what they do, and then go from there. But yeah, we done been at this thing almost 5 hours, and at this point, hey, it's nothing left to really see. They on lunch. All right, so with that being said, y'all make sure y'all pull up tonight, okay? 8:30 p.m. Eastern time-ish. Make sure to put the ish on it, okay? For Tea Time Thursday, where we talk about all the hot topics, okay? From all different avenues and sectors of entertainment news, okay? With myself, Kimbella Roxy, and Miss Me With That BS. With that being said, until later, holla!
Remember me wearing a frown. Now it's the other way around. They mad cause I made it out.
I took the hard way. I ain't asking that nigga for nothing. I threw the hard way. Hard way. Hard way. My heart to this day. I'm really with it. My feelings in it. So please, bitch, don't play. I took the hard way. I ain't asking that nigga for nothing. I threw the hard way. Hard way. Hard way, my heart to this day. I'm really with it, my feelings in it, so please, bitch, don't play. Don't play. Don't play.